Fucking thing a guy can do is make a little noise. Okay, let out a little.
Hold on, clear it out.
The Warthog. I love him.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome to the ASTROLABE. We are live. It is Wednesday. Wednesday, they say. It is Wednesday, and we shall labe. How's it going, guys? I suppose you guys probably haven't been able to. If you did not watch the show yesterday, you probably, unless you follow instructions well, you may not have been able to get caught up on yesterday's show. At least not the fun way. Not watching the replay on YouTube. As I expected, it blocked it, and it blocked it in a very interesting way this time. It's the Evil Dead Army of Darkness that has it that it flagged, but it won't let me clip it out. The only option that's available to me, usually there's like you can trim the segment out, you can replace it with different audio. There's like a few different ones, and then the other one that I've almost never used is dispute it. I don't even bother disputing a lot of these because I'm not gonna win the dispute. I know how it works. Well, this time, the only option I'm allowed to select is dispute it. So, it did tell me that if I lose the dispute, I won't get a copyright strike on the channel. So that is good to know. So I've got to go do the dispute process and get that resolved before it'll show up. So, who knows when that one will ever appear. I do strongly recommend, if you're catching this one and you did not hear yesterday's, which would be the first hour or so of the Tucker Carlson Nick Fuentes interview, I would recommend that you go watch that one, because what we're going to do today, I've got a few different things to talk about here in the early part of the show, and then we are going to finish up the conversation from yesterday. We're going to finish the last 45 minutes of it, where it really, I think, got into a lot more of the stuff yesterday was interesting, but it starts getting into some more juicy stuff here in the last 45 minutes or so of the conversation, starting with Nick describing the assassination attempt on him, going into a lot more detail about that than I'd really heard. I kind of knew a lot of the bullet points of it, but he went into a lot more detail in it. And then they talk about political violence and why Nick hates weed and alcohol and how porn is destroying men. And then they talk about men and women things a little bit. And that was a very interesting back and forth. So I want to make sure that I get that, because I had a bunch of thoughts on that. Any of you guys who've been watching the show for a few years, it should be kind of like a throwback to, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago when Cooper and I talked about the women and the simps and the Goonics and such things. Might get a little throwback to that. And then today, Nick, as part of his show today, or I think this might have been yesterday that it was actually done, but it was dropped today, clipped out this hour and a half clip recapping my interview with Tucker Carlson. And I listened to it this afternoon and was like, okay, basically it's really the last maybe 40 minutes of it that I really wanted to play, because, well, there's more I called it coming, and it's a very, very telling. I think the reason I'm covering this, I know there's probably plenty of people who still don't like Nick, and I'm for me, jury is still out on him, but I'm gonna call it like I see it. You know, like my great hero, Jason Calacanis says, I'm just gonna call balls and strikes like I see him. That's going to be my policy here with Nick Fuentes, but I think he is going to continue becoming an undeniable political force that is worth following and tracking. And I think that this probably basically the last 30 or 40 minutes of this video that I'm going to play for you is the most important. I put in, we're going to watch almost about an hour of it, and I put in some of the lead up to get some of the context and kind of frame up some of his comments. But it is very good. I'm just going to say that up front. This is very, very good. I like the direction this is heading. I'm I know all the concerns and I don't know, how everyone feels about Nick Fuentes, and I'm always going to have my issues with the Groypers, but the picture of American politics that Nick Fuentes is putting forward is bang on, and this is the time for it. This is absolutely the time for it. So we're going to talk about that. Mr. Stu says, I really just want to know if he's able to learn how the administration has made so many wins this year, or if he's willfully ignorant. Okay, yeah, we'll talk about that. I'll make sure that I get into that. Also, yes, Asmongold liked a lot of the things he was saying. I actually do have an Asmongold clip. Asmongold reacting to Nick. So I will be king-pilled, reacting to Asmongold, reacting to Nick Fuentes, talking to Tucker Carlson. We'll do a little reaction-ception here. But I do have some other stuff to get into before that. CNN is actually increasingly beginning to hold the Democrats' feet to the fire in their kind of weak sauce way, but it is happening. And also got a couple follow-ups from some of my comments I made yesterday. A new bill, a new Senate vote overturning Trump's tariffs on Brazil. That vote happened yesterday. Got some comments on that, and then let's see what else we have here. Oh, a little bit of GigaFag content. We got to talk about Scott Bessent. I was going to do this during the pre-show and I forgot, but I see notifications coming in that from the sound of it, Scott Bessent he's out there in the Twitter streets nuking someone. Let me grab that real quick. Yeah, this here. Okay, we'll see. We'll see if I. Yeah, I'll pull that in. We'll do this. We'll pull this into the stack for when we get to it. Make sure I've got the tab in the right place. Got to exercise my autism here. Then we got a Gregory Bavino update and climate change died. Did you know that? Did you know that we have lived through the death of climate change? I wonder what is next. Well, David Sachs has some thoughts, and we will talk about that. So, update on the. I went back and watched Eastwood on the show yesterday, and man, the kid was spitting. he gets very excited about combine harvesters. Today, Amy said, you may have seen in the chat when I first went live here, that Amy is never wants to see a cardboard box again in her life. Between moving into the house and then putting together this costume, cardboard boxes are verboten. No more cardboard boxes. But it's actually turning out really well. The garage currently smells like the paint department at Home Depot, which is a good thing to me. I like the smell. And then we've got cardboard bits and pieces and stuff strewn all over the place. And we have over-engineered the bejesus out of this thing. This thing could survive an apocalypse. It's a cardboard frame that we've put on top of a little Costco wagon. And we've built it up. We got cardboard. We got the cardboard glued. We've used 3 different types of glue. We've got yardsticks that we've put in places. We've cut out windows, made a little cardboard door. And he's going to sit in it, and then he's got some holes he can reach his hand through, and like it's a grain spout, and he can drop out little pieces of candy corn. And we have gone above and beyond to make sure this happens. And I just know exactly what's going to happen is he's going to spend 20 minutes in it, and then he's going to want to get out and run around and do a bunch of other stuff, and we'll take a picture of it, and this will all be a great fun, happy memory. That's exactly how things are going to go. Which you know what? I will take that. That is better than us half-assing it and him, breaking it, and then us dragging around a bunch of crumpled up cardboard for the rest of the night. Yeah. So we've been having we were joking about starting a business doing this. We were like, okay, how much would we charge for one of these? Given the time and everything we went into it, let's say we got it down to a science. We've been just kind of, oh, hello.
Here we go. Money.
Alpha male alert.
Here comes the money.
Can't stay because I'm not hoarder of nocturnal degenerates like you all. Everyone here is a pole smoker of the highest order and I love you. ZY all in the replay gang.
Ypsilon. That was see y'all in the replay gang from Cable. Thank you, my friend. $100 tip, getting us started off with a heater. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you. We're almost to the 3,000 mark. I set the goal at 4,000 this month, and for a lot of understandable reasons, we didn't hit that. But I told Amy the other night, she's like, how do you think it's going to go? And I said, I think I know my people. I think we'll probably get to 3,000. I think we'll make that happen, which will keeps our heads above water, and we're that much closer now. Just $20 away. Got a couple more that came in here. I'll get to those here in just a second. I want to finish up this story. What was I saying? Costume. What we would be willing to charge someone if we wanted to start building these costumes for, like, make a little family business, with this one, we've just kind of made it up as we've gone along. I sat there and she was like, well, we want to do this and this, like have a box in the front and a box in the back, and then like have a window and have a little thing and all that. And so I sort of kind of sketched it all out in my head and thought about the different steps in the process and you have to do this and we'd have to do that. And we want to make sure that this problem is solved. So we're going to need this for that, and sort of blueprinted it all in my head. Went and got the materials and so if we did it on a regular basis, then we would be able to strip it down. We'd be able to get it down to a science, and we could do it pretty quickly. I think it would probably, there's the possibility if we weren't doing anything else, we could probably do one in maybe like 6 hours, 8 hours, something like that. If we had all the materials all ready to go and all that. And so we were like, I don't know, $500. Would someone pay $500 for a cardboard costume like this? And then you'd need the wagon as well. And so, okay, yeah, it was a fun little thought. But yeah, we're Halloween will be here soon. And then we'll probably put 50 hours into this stupid costume. We're gonna get some good pictures out of it. Amy bought him a some overalls, and oh my god, first overalls he's had since he was just a little tyke, and he came running up in to show them to me earlier, and his face was beaming. He was so happy with his overalls, and then he ran over and headbutted me as hard as he could. Life with Eastwood. But thank you to all of you guys for entertaining him in the chat yesterday, and for all your kind comments. And thank you also for the contributions to the Make More Ericksons Fund. I forgot to put the link in here. Make More Ericksons Fund. Type this out because, yes, there needs to be more Ericksons, and we are in the process. But if we're going to have more Ericksons, then we're going to need to make more money than we make right now. And for the time being, this is my sole source of income, is coming here and entertaining you guys. So, thank you for all of your contributions. Speaking of Mr. Austin Trees,
White man is back, baby. The white man is back.
In the year 3. Thou. Sant.
in the year 3000. Reminds me of I think it's a Childish Gambino song. Thank you, man. $18.36 to hit us at 3,000 on the dot. We did it. See, I told you, Mama. I told you it would happen. And actually, there's a couple back here that I missed. Let me catch those real quick. First of all, we've got...
You know, Dave Johnson is the gayest person to ever walk this green earth.
Dave Johnson.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
100% rewatching Army of Darkness. Best Suda Wave an absolute Banger.
Totally. $10 from Dave Johnson, 100% rewatching Army of Darkness. That's another good reason why you should be watching why you should go back and watch the one yesterday. Go over to Substack. That's the place where it will be up there, and you can watch it. And whoa, that's weird. Just dropped down. The exchange rate must have been an exchange rate thing. It just dropped down to $2,999.99. It's the 998244933136. I don't know why it goes to that. I don't know why it does all these decimals things. Anyways, yeah, definitely go watch the 1 hour and 8 minute long Sudawave that we watched yesterday. Incredible. Just over the top completely. The man totally outdid himself yet again. And he's already hard at work on 42. Week 42. That was the week 41 landmark Sudawave. Week 41. We will always remember the week 41 Sudawave. Incredible. Incredible work. Make sure you go catch that. It's over on if you look at the podcast, you could if you just want to watch that standalone, you can grab the link on the podcast notes, or if you go over to King Pill's Substack, then you can get the recording. The video is up there, the video and the audio, depending on how you'd like to consume your content. We got one more, and it's another one.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
Alpha male alert.
Here comes the money. Money, 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 money.
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling. Got the chatter. You ain't talking money, then your talking don't matter.
A donation from the overflowing Matthew Erickson was right jar. Get Eastwood a brother. Shalalalalalalalalalala boom waka waka. Yoy.
Thank you, Anonymous, for the $114.88 tip. Yes, the Matthew Erickson was right jar. I do regret to acknowledge that the Matthew Erickson was right jar continues to overflow. You guys are very welcome for that. Get Eastwood a brother? Yeah, you know, if we wind up with a brother, we'd be very happy with another boy. We'd also love a girl. I want to experience girl dad life. Definitely would love girl dad life. So, crossing our fingers for a girl, but we'll be very, very happy with a boy. Eastwood would be over the moon with a little brother. First couple years will probably be kind of rough, but boys are sturdy. Amy dropped Eastwood on his head, and she reminded me today that she was telling him that there was this period of time where he just refused to eat ice cream. Had never tasted it, had no idea. He just said, nope, will not eat it. Absolutely refused to eat ice cream. Totally melted down and screamed and acted like we were trying to kill him because we tried to put a little taste of ice cream on his tongue. And I told her that, the reason why he did it to himself. My wife is protesting in the chat. When he was, how old was he? It was like a few days or like 12 days or something like that. She'd set him down on the ottoman, and he like rolled off of it, and I think she caught him, but he kind of bonked his head a little bit, and he was totally fine. It was no issue at all. Yeah, 12 days. But she was like, ah! So ever since then, I've said the reason why he wouldn't eat ice cream was because she dropped him on his head. Now, of course, then all of a sudden he just decided he likes ice cream. But when Eastwood decides he doesn't like something, then he's not going to partake in it. And if he decides he does like it, then he will partake in it. And that is how it is. Mr. Sue says ice cream was literally my first type of human food outside of milk and formula. Also, at least Amy didn't take Tylenol. Well, she did actually. She did take some Tylenol. Amy has gotten extremely crunchy throughout, like, the process of being pregnant and then giving birth and being a mom. Like, her crunchiness level has vastly accelerated upward. And so early on, she was a little bit less crunchy. It's kind of funny thinking in retrospect how kind of skeptical and reticent we were to leave the OBGYN and decide to go with the idea of like a home birth and a midwife and all of that. At the time, we were like, we really need to do this. This is the right thing. But you know, it's kind of unknown, and this isn't the normal way. And are people going to think we're weird? And yeah, it's funny thinking back to that now. Because now there's like no way on God's green earth we would ever have anything to do with an OBGYN. Apologies to all OBGYNs out there. Yeah, her crunchiness level has gotten about yay high. Yep, that is my wife. All right, let's get this started. Speaking of children and mom-oriented content, or in this case, dad-oriented content, from Instagram. This is one, actually, I don't think that Amy sent me this one. I think I found this one all on my own. POV mic'd up 1-year-old on the trail.
Oh, this is chicken. My chicken. Oh, Mom. This Oh, wow, did I put it down my mouth? You.
No tigers.
My mouth said this. To my Pop.
Pop.
Mom, Bye.
Mom, I'm missing you. Mom, what you think? Oh, yeah, Superior B, there's nothing better than when a kid younger than 1 giggles. He says, mine is doing it right now and it melts my heart. Yes. Oh, the like infant to toddler stage giggles are just something else. What a good dad. The tip link is pinned, Austin. At least it should be. It's pinned on my end. It says, make more Erickson's fun. Let me know if you can't see it, and I can type it out and repin it. Here's one that's, I saw this one a few weeks ago and forgot to play it. But if you're anything like me, this is going to speak straight to your soul. This might be a solely millennial content. So if you're non-millennial, please just turn away for a few moments and allow us this brief moment of vulnerability and emotion.
I'd cut off limbs if you could swim with them. I'll drown to keep you safe. I'll buy you meals when I can barely pay my rent. If it made your day, I'd risk it all if it means you call me with a smile on your face. You love to talk and I love to listen. I'll memorize every complaint. I'm 32 and writing songs about my high school crush. Don't do the math about how weird wish it was. I'll post a story telling everyone I'm sad, don't hit me up. And when you don't, I'll say you're leaving me like everybody does. Self-deprecation, so relatable, since we all hate ourselves. I'll sing about my insecurities till you hate me as well. If the guy you're talking to relates to this, then you should save yourself, cause he's still in love with his ex-girlfriend, and it's not that hard to tell.
This is so fucking stupid.
How is every single ironic emo satire song on Instagram such a fucking banger? I'm gonna need the whole thing. Like I need an entire song now. That wasn't long enough. Not anywhere near long enough. The caption on it was every early 2000s emo song. How do I make it my chosen song on my MySpace page? Making fun of emo just makes emo stronger. Making fun of emo always equals another great emo song. You can call it satire all you want, but you love to talk and I love to listen. I'll memorize every complaint is poetry and skinny jeans. Song title. In hindsight, maybe the jet skis were a bad idea. Sorry, but I loved it, hoping the guy in my English class could burn me the CD. Song title, A Trip to Mars would be nice if it wasn't for the weather. Oh, man. I didn't realize I had to scroll down and seen all these comments. This shit is actually so hard. Finish the song. Yes. Literally me watching it and listening. And the title is, if you think this is bad, oh baby, you haven't seen me fight a kangaroo. Oh, this is some of my favorite kind of humor. I'd risk the virus just to get this on Napster. This is so good. I don't even know who these guys are. This is, I think, the only video I've ever seen of them. Braden Bales and Where is Ezra? Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Newsmax host Rob Finnerty asks why anchors pronounce Spanish-sounding names with an accent.
On another note, tonight, the New York City mayoral debate last night, but I'm less interested in what the candidates actually said, and I'm more interested in why we keep doing this.
Government Affairs reporter Melissa Russo, senior politics editor at Politico Sally Goldenberg, and Telemundo 47 anchor Rosarena Breton. This is a 2-hour debate.
All right, so we have talked about this, and I just don't get why we do this, who started it, when this started. But whenever it is a
this guy's
Spanish
a patriot.
name, we are all suddenly required and expected to shapeshift into the perfect Spanish accent. Normal, everyday news people do it all the time. They forget years of training. They forget their non-regional diction. That Telemundo anchors, by the way, Rosarena Brenton. Just say Rosarena Brenton. But for whatever reason, we all feel the need to pronounce it like we're living in Mexico, like we're living in a country where Spanish is the native tongue.
We don't live in
That's not the
Mexico.
case here in the U.S. Rosarena Bretonia. He said it. I couldn't understand what he was saying.
I love how his Mexican accent was Italian. Yet another spajigger.
As I've said before, I am Irish. And if I was moderating that debate, would the host introduce me as Robert James Finnerty, don't you know, the little lad? That he is, Robert James Finnerty. If the host was Chinese, would they then introduce that person with a Chinese accent? I don't think so. So stop doing it when they're Spanish. Just stop it.
I want to hear his Chinese. Do the Chinese accent. I want to hear what he would sound like. I was so excited. I thought he did his Irish accent, and then I thought he was going to do his Chinese accent, and then he didn't.
If the host was Chinese, would they then introduce that person with a Chinese accent? I don't think so. So stop doing it when they're Spanish. Just stop it. Also, we don't need to say all three names when they are Spanish. No one describes me as Robert James Finnerty. I'm just Rob Finnerty. We don't need to say Kilmar Abregu Garcia. It's just Kilmar Garcia. I don't know who started this, but enough's enough. Stop.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Preach the good word, Mr. Rob Finnerty. I might have to, what network is this on? Newsmax. Man, I don't have a super high opinion of Newsmax, but it just grew. This one single clip. Suddenly, I might pay a little more attention to Newsmax. I probably won't, but what a patriot. Whew. I just did it. I was sitting there talking, and I opened the soundboard and didn't crash the stream. I was multitasking with my brain here, and it worked. Let's see. Let's get one. Let's get one here. Let's do this one.
Good morning, bastards.
Greetings. Now, I don't have a Gigajoo clip for you guys today. However, I do have a Gigajoo's wife clip. Here is Miss Katie Miller, host of the Katie Miller podcast, giving it to him on CNN.
What I think you're seeing and what Karen is attesting to is that she is quite incompetent to do the job, right? This is what Republicans have been saying.
Talking about Karine Jean-Pierre, the dumb gay bimbo who was Haitian bimbo or whatever it was, who was the press secretary for Biden.
For years now, is that she is just another evidence that DEI doesn't work, whether that's in the White House in your press secretary role, or whether that's an air traffic controller, an air pilot, whether that's your doctor. You want to hire the best for the role, not just based on skin color. Jake, why did she get the job over John Kirby?
Well, why are we assuming that she, as a black LGBT gay woman, is DEI, but a white woman who is behind the podium right now, which DEI initially started as affirmative action, which was about affirmatively hiring women and minorities? Why is one DEI and the other is not?
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Why did she get the job over John Kirby? Because as everyone has said this week, she is woefully incompetent.
She had the job long before John Kirby.
I will just say she used to be a commentator on CNN, then she was one on MSNBC, and she was good at that. Like, I mean, I'm without getting into the job I thought she did as press secretary. I thought it didn't seem crazy to me because she was eloquent as a commentator.
Here's fake slapper here, damning with faint praise. And it's kind of funny. This is setting up this segment here. I'm going to do a number of these different clips from CNN where they're doing everything they can to push themselves away from, try to set themselves apart from the Democrat Party. And they're doing this as kind of like, oh, we want the Democrat Party to be the best version of itself. But they're starting to get more and more pointed. And even here, he's like, yeah, I'm not going to get into what I thought she did as a press secretary, implying that he really was not impressed with her as a press secretary, which a couple of years ago, the idea that you would get criticism of the Biden press secretary, of a Democrat politician, period, especially a minority one, a sexual minority at that. She's got all sorts of different disabilities. She's black, she's a woman, she's Haitian, she's gay. And now he's even willing to taint shatter. Jake Crapper. Snake Fapper. Get him, boys.
Why is she trained every 4 sentences to say she is a black, queer, LGBTQ woman? Because that's how she's been promoted her entire career.
Anyway, Katie Miller and Karen Finney, thank you so much.
Segment over. We're not going to continue down that line of inquiry. Here's another one.
The N-word.
Do you believe this will be the week that Congress comes to an agreement here?
It's low IQ crock of shit.
I have no idea. I mean, you started off talking about the fact that the president is in Japan. The president has time to do everything but what he needs to.
Oh, she's white right now. She's got the white accent. She's not putting on that ghetto fleek or whatever these fruitcakes call it. Now she's just talking normally to this other dude over here.
To focus on. In fact, we heard the press secretary say that his main priority is the ballroom that no one asked for, the ballroom that requires him to destroy historic pieces of the White House. And so it doesn't seem like he's interested.
And that context of the comment from Caroline Leavitt, she was asked if the president was working on any other renovations when it came to the White House, and she was saying his focus was the ballroom. But to your point about what the...
So straight Scott Pressler over here, this is not just something happening to the past administration. No, they're gone now. Now it's safe. Now we can actually critique them. No, this is Jasmine Crockett is supposed to be the future. This is the rising star of the Democrat Party, and even she's getting the fact check treatment from CNN. Here's another one with Snake Fapper. I like that. I'm going to stick with that. Snake Fapper. talking to Melanie Stansbury, who is some no-name Democrat member of the House, I think from New Mexico.
Should the Democratic senators from New Mexico, your home state, vote to open the government so that these SNAP funds are not at risk?
Let me be clear.
Let me be clear.
Administration is choosing to starve American children with money that they already have appropriated.
I'm not applauding
their
their tactics.
By the White House.
Well,
this is a choice by the White House.
This
they
is
are
also,
choosing
Congresswoman,
to
this
cut
is
off
also a
food
choice
assistance.
by Senate Democrats
No,
to not
it is
vote to
not.
open the government. Yes, it is. I understand why they're doing it. They're doing it because they want Medicaid funds restored. They're doing it because they want Obamacare premiums to be extended past the end of the year. I understand the reasoning.
Sir, let me just be clear. The money for contingency plans is sitting there. That is why the states are suing. The White House is withholding funds from
2 to 3
children
weeks
to
worth
have
of SNAP
food.
funds.
Silly woman. Yeah, well, it may not be a big deal to you, but let me
It is
tell
a
you
big
that
deal to
for
me.
the grandparents, for grandparents.
Yeah, the hand motions here, they're really pronounced. Like, I'm pointing and I'm gesturing and I'm speaking in this very drawn out, serious tone of voice, which is really just a tactic for filibustering, so I can just blather and blather and blather and never have to say anything of substance. Now, ordinarily, she would just be given a free roam to just say whatever she wants. Just open mic. Please bestow your wisdom upon us, random no-name Melanie Stansbury from New Mexico. No, she's getting pushback. CNN's not letting this drop. No, you guys are going to own this. We're not going to play ball with this whole, Republicans are responsible for shutting the government down thing. No, the Democrats own this.
This is a big deal to
that
me.
literally are feeding their children.
My point
to
is that
not
it's a
have
short-term
money
solution.
In those accounts.
It's
it
a
doesn't
short-term.
matter. At the end of the day, people need to be able to feed their families, and Saturday is when those funds
If you
run
feel
out,
so
and
strongly,
we are fighting
Congresswoman,
to get
why
that
not
funding.
ask the Senate Democrats from New Mexico to vote to open the government so that the SNAP funds...
Sir, I am here in the House of Representatives. It is shut down. I am fighting to get the government reopened. I am fighting to get funding put back into SNAP that is already existent, and I am fighting for the American people. I am here. But show me a single Republican that is here. Not a single one is here to make sure that Americans are fed on Saturday. That is why I am here.
Democratic Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury.
There's no Republicans here. Yeah, there's been 14 votes? There's been 14 votes. The terms of this are very clear. If your concern is that Americans are going to go without food, then it's very easy. You don't need all of the Republicans to show up there and try to figure something out. No, there is no try to figure something out. You are, by definition, holding the process hostage so that you can add other things into it. They're like, no, let's just keep the government funded as is. And this has been, I remember when the whole thing about the nuking the filibuster and stuff in the past has come up. Any other time there's been a government shutdown, the Democrat line has been, how dare they hold up the government? How dare they shut down the government over a policy disagreement? This is an atrocity. You can't shut the government down. We need to debate policy and vote on different policy things when the government is not shut down. Now the shoe is on the other foot, and CNN, at least, is not playing ball. And I don't think this is because, CNN's based all of a sudden. No, they do opinion polls. They know just how deep into the tank their own credibility is. And they know how unpopular the Democrats are. The people like CNN, these are the most savvy political animals. They're the ones who have their nose to the wind the most. When they start turning, they recognize the Democrat Party is going down. They recognize that this is a weak, wounded animal that has depended upon the relationship. What is the Democrat Party without constant propaganda, media support? Who's the actual boss in this relationship? Does the Democrat Party own the media, or does the media own the Democrat Party? Is it a state-controlled press or a press-controlled state? Well, CNN has realized, we actually get to control the Democrat Party now. We get to decide who rises and falls. What's that, fake news? We're the ones we had all this power? Oh, maybe we're going to flex our power now. Maybe we're actually going to try to be kingmakers ourselves. So they've turned their focus now from their whole-scale focus from trying to deconstruct the GOP entirely to now they're like, well, can we deconstruct the GOP and deconstruct the Democrats and reconstruct a new state that kicks off some of these old ones? We flex our muscles, flex a little bit of power here. This is a very bad state to be in for the Democrats right now. Meanwhile, here, this is the sort of thing that maybe CNN is trying to pivot to a new sort of viewer. Apparently, there's a civil war on TikTok that has working blacks attacking EBT blacks, and I'm here for it. I just got to say that I love the fact that EBT blacks is a thing now.
Hey, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say it one time and one time. A lot of motherfuckers thinking it, but they ain't going to say it. Listen here.
Look at my African-American over here.
I'm 25 with no motherfucking kids. I get up at 6 o'clock to go to work, and at the end of the work, I go coach kids. It's just not hard for you motherfuckers out here with kids. It's hard for us, too. And no fucking way do I want my hard-earned tax money going towards you and your 9 fucking kids just because you couldn't get off your fucking back and go get a job or tell a motherfucker to wear a car. So, no, I do not give a fuck because you're losing your benefits. Bitch, get off your ass, go get a job, do what the fuck you gotta do to raise your fucking kids because you fucking had them. I'm not paying for your fucking kids anymore. I don't give a fuck about that. Them kids can fucking starve. If you don't care enough to get off your ass and go feed them, why the fuck should my tax money have to do it? The using and abusing of the system is over. Cause us motherfuckers who can't get SNAP benefits or free medical, bitch, we still gotta make a way. So if they've been saying fuck us for the longest, it's fuck y'all. Tired of motherfuckers getting a free pass and I'm over here busting my ass without no help. Bitch, you can do the same. Sorry you made poor life choices.
It's fuck y'all. Yeah, Ian Rhodes, this is just a normal black dad. Yep. Yeah, Logan, this is a black gender war stuff. And you note the subtext of what he's saying there. He's not talking to black dudes that want their food stamps. He's talking to black women. This is not just an intra-black feud. This is a intra-black gender feud. This is the men who have decided that they're seeing their opportunity. Here's our opportunity to strike. Go after the demographics that are the most intolerable to us, which is the hoes, the black men. Do not like the hoes. Okay, I was talking about this yesterday. Another great meme from the White House. Choose wisely. Here's your costume options. Remember how I said that nobody is ever going to view Hakeem Jeffries without a sombrero ever again? It's because of shit like this. How many views does this have? 1 million views. Okay, so you got Hakeem Jeffries, Spirit. Or it's one of the Spirit, you guys know this, the Spirit Halloween store has the costumes. I'm saying this for the people who are just listening. And it's got a picture of Hakeem Jeffries with a sombrero on. And it says, includes sombrero, one filibuster speech no one remembers. Not included, common sense. Then they've got Chuck Schumer looking extremely Schumerish, we'll say. And it includes your money given to illegals, lifetime subscription to performative outrage, not included, sombrero and spine. Then they got Trump. It includes all 7 swing states, 77 million popular votes. 7, 7, and 7. What did they mean by this? Not included, crown. Look at that. He doesn't even have a crown yet. And then the last one, JD Vance includes the word please. You didn't say thank you memes. Not included, fat JD curly hair. Crown sold separately, yeah. Oh, the JD Vance memes have made it to the White House. So this was, I kind of mentioned this yesterday, that the thing that I'd been tracking with this and sort of the expectation that I'd had was that the tactic here with the shutdown was they were going to allow the Democrats to throw themselves on this grenade and own this shutdown, but in reality, they wanted the shutdown as well for the sake of the reductions in force, and that we are going to get a huge, massive reduction in force numbers pushed through all of a sudden. We have to get to, get to the 30-day mark. And I haven't totally ruled that out. However, it does seem that even I got 40 chest by Trump here. So this guy asks Seth Levy, replying to this, well, let's see. So Seth Levy says, let's talk this through. In the lead up to the government shutdown, Democrats were justifying their position as a defense of health care and insurance premium costs. Republicans, particularly MAGA supporters of Trump, viewed the shutdown as an opportunity to severely cut the federal workforce via vote implementing RIFs, reductions in force. Based on their early messaging, Democrats were happy to cast Trump and vote as heartless and cruel for using a shutdown for such a purpose. And I was thinking this myself, like, how are they going to massage the narrative around this? How are they going to sell this? How are they going to overcome the political obstacle here? Like, it's necessary. We got to fire a whole bunch of federal workers. But when you fire all those federal workers, you're going to get just, people expected the crying abuela videos, and those kind of never came, and then nobody really cared about him. But you would have gotten the crying federal worker stories out the wazoo. It would have been an overwhelming flood of them. we must destroy the flood, boys. So I was like, how are they? I'm really curious to see how they're going to manage to rip this Band-Aid off and do this, navigate around the difficult political narrative thing. And he says, except now, a month later, that narrative never materialized. Because in total, only 4,200 total employees have been cut, not the hundreds of thousands that had been originally suggested. So the Democrats are the only ones left clearly using the shutdown for selfish purposes. And the net improvement with independents is the best confirmation that Trump brilliantly set up the Democrats to continue damaging themselves. And this is what he means when he says Trump pulled the chair on the Democrats. He rope-a-doped them. And so this guy asks, so when do we get the hundreds of thousands being cut? And Derek, Suitable Politics, says it was a ruse meant to dupe Democrats into taking an utterly absurd position. Trump learned in his first term that there's essentially no path to winning a narrative war when you're the one obstructing the status quo and holding the government hostage for your demands. There are no demands sufficiently noble in the eyes of the public. People love to deceive themselves and tell themselves that this time it'll be different, but it never is. Of course, Democrats couldn't have even convinced themselves that they were shutting down the government for a sufficiently noble cause with Give Illegals Health Care. Trump misled them into believing that he was going to take the responsibility of the shutdown by using the opportunity to fire hundreds of thousands of government workers. Democrats were prepared to make the case that Trump was doing this on purpose for that reason. That would have been compelling if it was real. But as Seth Levy said, Trump pulled the chair. Now, so the question remains, when are those workers going to be fired? Well, I think there's still the possibility that they... depending on the sequence of events here, I really suspect that the government is going to be opened up again within the next week. I think maybe by the weekend, but definitely within the next week. It's going to be opened up again. Now, the exact sequence of events here, it's possible that they're able to both get the government back open and fire all of these federal employees. So they process the reductions in force. It's like simultaneously to or shortly thereafter, the government reopens. I think there's a possibility for that. It's also possible that this is just not the time where they're going to be able to manage that politically. There's too many other things that have to be put in order before they're going to be able to make that political lift to actually fire all of them. And this would be essentially a calculated gamble. That's yeah, it's bad to keep these people in this position where they can continue to obstruct and they cost all this money and there's leaking and there's all those other things. Yeah, that's bad. Also, if you navigate the firing process poorly and you don't manage the political messaging around it well enough, or you don't accumulate enough political capital before you do it, then you could devastate yourself electorally. These are both things that have to be done. So, I suspect that I think I got rope-a-doped on this. I think that the plan never was to actually do the big, gigantic federal employee layoff at this time. Now, it's possible that it still happens over the next week, sometime in the process of working this whole thing out. But at this point, for the Republicans, you might say that they could say, well, here, you guys have backed yourselves into a corner, so we're willing to negotiate, but now the standards and now the terms have changed. They might be able to do that, but they're potentially tossing the political football back to the Democrats to say, oh, look, see, now they're the ones who are obstructing. It's a very interesting game of chicken that's happening right now, and I don't think the outcome is completely set. I think it's easy sometimes for us to watch this and to watch these back and forths and see them as like you were watching a TV show or a movie, where there are script writers somewhere who've already got the ending, and you're trying to guess what their ending is going to be. But the ending is already defined. It's already written in stone, or there's already a clear idea of what it's going to be. And I think that this is different because this is actually real life. It's not a TV show. It's being produced, and there's intentional messaging and narrative massaging and that sort of thing. So there's a TV show quality to it. But some of these things are still not set in stone. It's still not completely clear who's going to do what. And it's like, okay, if so-and-so, if they do this, then we do this. But if they do that, then we do this. And if we do this, and then they do this, and then we do this, and then we do that, and then they do that, then we do the XYZ. So both sides still have a thing to say, and they get to make their own imprint on the situation. Now, here's a bill that passed yesterday, and there's one name here that really, really stands out. The greatest disappointment in American politics, perhaps ever. The Senate just voted to overturn Trump's tariffs on Brazil, with 5 rhinos joining Democrats. The disgraced Tom Tillis, who is a lame duck. Why does my frickin' passwords thing keep popping up? That's very weird. Somehow my computer is identifying the Streamlabs screen here as like a field that it wants me to type a password into. Very strange. So the disgraced Tom Tillis, the pathetic, weak sauce, fake Republicans, Lisa Murkowski, Mitch McConnell, and Susan Collins, and Rand Paul. Rand Paul, true America firster, really believes in Trump's agenda, just wants to hold Trump true to his campaign promises, is voting with Susan Collins, Mitch McConnell, Lisa Murkowski, and Tom Tillis to overturn Trump's tariffs on Brazil. Johnny Maga here says, thankfully we get to replace 2 of them with MAGA senators when they retire next year. Now, Unseen One here says, calm down, take a deep breath. It needs to pass the House, and Speaker Johnson shows absolutely no effort to even bring it to the floor for a vote. Even if it does pass the House, Trump will veto it, and there are not enough votes to overcome his veto. This is basically a show and an attempt to sway. There's a very important point here. This is basically a show and an attempt to sway the Supreme Court, which will probably backfire. So they want to try to sway the Supreme Court and get the Supreme Court to rule against the president's tariff powers. But it's going to backfire. Because what it will show the Supreme Court is that Congress retains the power to block Trump if they wanted to do so and if they had enough votes. So in other words, by this vote, the Senate told the Supreme Court by their actions that the Supreme Court is not needed in this fight between the congressional branch and the executive branch. It says that if Congress does not want the president to have this power, they can simply pass a law stripping him of the power Congress gave to the executive decades ago. So even if Mike Johnson, there might even be a little bit of strategery in this, where it might even be worth bringing to a vote and actually having the Congress do this, like running that risk and trying to get the Supreme Court to weigh in on it, because the Supreme Court is kind of like the ultimate, like people will question Congress, but nobody, generally speaking, nobody questions the Supreme Court. There may be a little bit of 4D chess strategery toward that end? I kind of don't think so. I think the House is just not going to touch it. And because the House doesn't touch it, then the Supreme Court has no reason to step in. And then he says, this is a good point here, the bigger issue is that these GOP senators did this during a very successful foreign visit by the president to embarrass Trump on the world stage. This is what Rand Paul is participating in. The timing is not a coincidence as Trump heads to his meeting with Xi later this week. These turncoats tried to harm the president politically right before he met with the leader of our biggest adversary to deal with trade issues. Now, I could quibble with China as our biggest adversary. I think it is true and it isn't true, leaving that aside for now. Visually, like within the public consciousness, within the normal frame of ordinary debate, China is the biggest adversary. And these senators just decided that they want to try to stick a dagger in his back right before he goes up there to meet with Xi. Rand Paul is done. Dead. Maybe he'll be a podcaster someday. But he is dead to me. And he is just nuking every last little bit of political credibility he ever had. One other thing on this. Senator John Kennedy, a Republican from Louisiana, urged Vice President Vance during a closed-door lunch Tuesday to get President Trump to stop demanding that the Senate do away with the filibuster and traditions around judicial nominations, Axios has learned. Trump has repeatedly called on the Senate to end the tradition of allowing senators to block certain judicial nominations for their states by refusing to return their blue slips. This is from Axios. This was not paywalled before. Let's see if this will work for me. Can we actually open it and read it? Come on. Zoom out. Let me see words. What does it say here? Okay, Senator John Kennedy urged Vice President Vance during a closed-door lunch Tuesday to get President Trump to stop demanding that the Senate do away with the filibuster and traditions around judicial nominations. Trump has repeatedly called on the Senate to end the tradition of allowing senators to block certain judicial nominations for their states by refusing to return their blue slips. Kennedy said Trump had called him to try to convince him to change his mind on blue slips, according to two of the sources in the room. Vance equivocated, admitting the votes are probably not there to make the changes anyway, but also expressing frustration with the chamber's dysfunction, according to four sources familiar with what was said. Vance told senators early in his remarks not to hold so-called rifle shot votes on limited funding bills, even for SNAP. He argued that Democrats should own the growing shutdown chaos and that the momentum was with the GOP. He also said that they do not want the House coming back. There was also lengthy discussion about beef. Multiple sources said many senators raised concerns about Trump's plan to import beef from Argentina. What stood out to me here was these comments here from Vance that don't hold your water. Hold. Stand your ground. We will teach you how to win. Stand your ground. Let the Democrats continue to own this. Okay. Now this one, I actually had the show almost completely put together, and then this clip came across my desk. Australian Broadcasting Corporation Sarah Ferguson repeatedly calls out Kamala Harris for ducking a question on Biden's decline. Where my Aussie boys at? Identify yourself, Roo folk. I know Ian Rhodes is in here earlier. Well, here we go. This woman is a patriot. There he is. What do you know about Sarah Ferguson? Can you tell me anything about Sarah Ferguson? Because right now, I gotta admit, I'm a fan. Watch closely here. If you can see the screen well, watch closely at Kamala Harris's face when she realizes what's happening in this interview.
Wasn't Joe Biden then to put it on him? Wasn't his refusal to recognize his own frailties the reason that you faced a nearly impossible task?
I ran against Donald Trump for president, and Donald Trump ran on
If you're making an edit of this would be a really good time to slow it way down and have a loading loading wheel right here. As you can see, she's looking for the words. She's struggling to find the words. She's working, trying to get them out. Words, filler words. Okay, there's my train of thought. Okay, now let's go. And then you can see her start building up steam.
A platform that was, in large part, I believe, misrepresenting his intentions to the American people.
There we go. Now she found it.
I do believe that there are a fair number of people that voted for Donald Trump who believed him when he told them that his first priority on day one is going to be to bring down prices. And he didn't. And you combine...
So I believed... I think that there were people. There were people who voted for Donald Trump in good faith. Yeah, I'm not going to attack all MAGA voters. That would be a poor political calculation on my part if I'm planning to run for president again. Because that's absolutely what's happening. She is absolutely going to try to run again.
That misrepresentation of intention with also what was at play in terms of massive amounts of mis and disinformation.
Now, forgive me.
And a truncated calendar in terms of the clock.
I want to interrupt you because that is a world-class pivot, but it is not the question that I...
Watch her face. That is a world-class pivot. What a fucking dagger.
Interrupt you because that is a world-class pivot, but it is not the question that I asked you, which is about Joe Biden's...
The couple blinks? Okay.
Pivot, but it is not the question that I asked you, which is about...
She's like, bitch, if I could kill you with my eyes right now. She is pissed.
Joe Biden's failure to recognize his own frailties and what that did to you. The question is about Joe Biden. Are you still...
And it's the question's even being set up to her in favorable terms. Like, here's your opportunity to say, the reason I lost was because I got hung out to dry by Joe Biden. You know, you almost got to give it to Kamala. She's refusing to throw Biden under the bus for her own sake. She's too dumb to. The door is being opened wide for her. Cut yourself free from Joe Biden. Nope, just got to run the script.
Still reluctant to criticize the former president.
In what regard, please?
Well, just in terms of that question. So you went on...
What exactly would you like to ask?
What exactly would you like to ask? Oh, she's pissed.
Be more specific, if you don't mind.
Was it Joe Biden's decision, his failure to recognize his own frailties in that position that put you in the position that made it almost impossible to win that race?
He was not frail as president of the United States.
But he had frailties. We all saw the debate.
I do believe that Joe Biden had the capacity to be president of the United States, and I have never doubted that he had the capacity to be president of the United States.
She says president of the United States both times because she thinks that it's profound. It makes her sound profound. Instead of just saying president, had the capacity to be president of the United States. I believe that he had the capacity to be president of the United States because he had the capacity to be president of the United States. It serves the purpose of, it's filler words, so her brain could catch up to the conversation. It makes her sound profound and distinguished and formal. And she is between a rock and a hard place here. Because if she says, yeah, he left me high and dry. He made life really difficult on me and I lost because he tried to run when he shouldn't have. Well, now she's created a scandal where it's like, okay, so you knew this. You've lied this whole time and you knew that he wasn't mentally, didn't have the mental acuity for this. And you just went along with it and you lied about it until now when suddenly it's going to improve your own political stock so you'll throw him under the bus. She's cooked that way. So she's taking the alternate tack, which is I'm just going to double down and double down and double down and double down. The man was shitting himself in public. He was basically drooling. He put a freaking MAGA hat on and turned to the camera and grinned. The dude was off his nut and still is. Like, he is senile. Everyone in the world could tell that he was senile. Some real, like, Truman Show shit here. Like, you think you're living in this world that everybody else knows that this world that you think you're living in does not exist. And you're going to run for president, clearly living in a fantasy world that everybody can recognize. She's cooked.
If you want to talk about whether he had the ability to endure what a race for president of the United States would require in that political environment in 2024, as I've said in the book, I had concerns.
I'm just wondering, is there a reason?
So he was mentally sharp, but maybe he just didn't have the physical the physical fitness for it. He was just out of energy. He was breaking down. He was running down, but he was giving it his last best shot, and I had his back.
Why you won't go to that prolonged frailty question? Now, we saw the debate. We saw the difficulty he had marshalling his thoughts.
I have answered that question. I do not believe
I think it's just hard watching the debate to see how there could not be a problem long term with someone who can't marshal their thoughts. I'm not saying his acuity wasn't present.
I talked about that in the book. And I also mentioned the context in which that debate occurred.
Context.
And you'll probably remember how I talked about that in terms of what his travel schedule had been, that what he had been enduring in terms of the timing of that debate. I talk about it extensively in the book. I'm not shying away from that. That's why I wrote it in the book, because I do know it's a question people had.
The question you're asking me can be found in the book. So if you want an answer to that, please go read the book. Well, can you provide it to me here on the interview? I wrote it in the book. Why would I answer the question on the interview? I wrote it in the book. Well, yeah, we're not reading the book here. We're interviewing you. Can you answer the question? Well, it's in my book. Right now, it's between Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris. That's what the Democrats have to offer for president in 2028. Now, frankly, I don't think it's going to be either one. I think that there's going to be some sort of upstart that shows up between now and then that everybody coalesces behind. And I also think that the whole political landscape is going to be completely different at that point. And it's going to be, I think it's probably more likely that I think there's going to be a really compelling independent candidate that shows up, whether they run independently or they run with like the Libertarian Party or something like that. I think there's going to be a third candidate. And it's going to be kind of like 92. You have Ross Perot and George Bush and Bill Clinton. I think there's going to be a three-way sort of race. And whether that third candidate is an outsider sort of conservative Inc. Republican trying to angle for like the DeSantis vote against Vance, or whether it's like the Democrats maintain their sort of corporatist, like, I don't know, Chuck Schumer proxy, and the third candidate that shows up is more of like a Mamdani kind of radical communist, open communist. That's not clear to me yet. So it's either going to be like a right-wing candidate against two lefties, or two right-wing candidates and one lefty. And I'm not totally sure. And I say right-wing kind of loosely here, but I think that's what the 2028 election is going to. It's going to be structured something like that. And I think that the formal Democrat Party candidate is going to get humiliated.
White man is back, baby! The white man is back!
A working black versus a black civil war. That's nice. Both have to go. More jobs for heritage Americans is more better. Go team. Social nationalists from 1950 had a more nuanced opinion than current year Americans. Clear them out. The crown commands.
Apparently Daniel tries to pronounce EBT as a word instead of an initialism. A working black versus EBT black civil war? That's nice. Both have to go. Thank you, Moderate Prospectus. Now this one here, this video, gives you an idea of this is really highlighting the split that is tearing apart the Democrat Party. What we're headed into, I think, is a real split, break in power between patron groups within the Republicans and within the Democrats. The Republicans are actually a little further along in this process, but there's still a ways to go. And the Democrats are really, really starting to get into the weeds of it. Comfortably Smug here says this is an incredibly instructive video. Every conservative should see it and realize where things are. Liberal podcaster Jennifer Welch suggests the Dem establishment needs to get on board with wanting conservatives dead, or else far leftists will, quote, come after you in the same way that we come after MAGA.
Finally, if you think this Zoran thing is happening just in New York, and you think people are waking up only in New York City, you're mistaken. Look at this clip of a wine mom at the No Kings March. Play the clip.
Whatever his name was?
Charlie Kirk, ma'am?
Yeah, him is horrible. Horrible.
Charlie Kirk is horrible?
Yes, I'm glad he's not here.
You're glad he's dead?
Yes.
Why would you say something like that, ma'am?
Because he was horrible on the campuses, the college campuses. Horrible person.
You know what? I do the exact same thing.
Well,
would you be glad if I would die?
Maybe. I'd have to think about it.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Your friend just said she'd be happy if I died.
I think we need to...
So listen up, Democratic establishment. You can either jump on board with this shit, or we're coming after you in the same way that we come after MAGA. Period. Stop taking AIPAC money. Go on an I'm sorry I took AIPAC money atonement tour if you want to stay in power. Stop missing out on these big rallies. Hakeem and Chuck should have been front and center introducing the next mayor of New York City, but no, they wouldn't show up because they're pussies. They're pussies that are beholden to the same corporations that helped Donald Trump get elected. And this is just an embarrassment. Kudos to Bernie, to AOC, to Zoran. And that woman out in somewhere middle America saying, fuck Charlie Kirk, he was a racist, he was a piece of shit. There are so many more of us than there are of them. And these Democrats that continue to play patty cake with corporations and lobbyists, nobody wants that. Nobody wants you. We want politicians to speak freely and look at what the benefit is. Look at what is happening in New York. And you dipshits are sitting on the sidelines, running your social media like complete dorks. It's embarrassing. Get your shit together. Hakeem and Chuck, seriously get your shit together, because the Democratic Party is moving on. We are moving on.
There are no moderate Democrats. There is no moderate left. The whole Mutt and Jeff routine that Yarvin has talked about, completely transparently gone. Now, you know what's interesting? This is a completely inauthentic performance. This woman's got Tweety birds flitting around in her head while she's talking. She is aping this. She is doing a performance. Do you know who she's mimicking? She's mimicking her own perception of what Nick Fuentes is. She's trying to model the Groyper energy from the left. They've watched what the Groypers have done to the GOP, and they're like, we're going to take that playbook and employ it against the Democrats. I don't think that this is necessarily conscious. I don't think that they've sat down and workshopped this out. They may have. I'm sure there's someone there who has. These people are, there are the people who update these are political creatures. They will update their political software in real time. They take in this info. They see, just kind of ambiently taking in what's happening around them. And as this spirit begins to rise, they're simply modeling it. It doesn't matter whether they're sitting here and consciously being like, okay, so let's see. You have this Groyper movement. You got this guy, Nick Fuentes, and we hate him because he's racist, but he did this thing and did this. And then they ran this insurgency on the GOP, and they went after the corporate interests, and they distinguished Trump from the corporate interests, and they blah, 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 blah. So here's how we need to do it. It could be that. Sure, maybe, whatever. It doesn't matter. It could also just be they are feral political creatures who simply model whatever political strategy they see that seems to be effective, that seems to be working. I would be much more inclined to believe the latter. This is why when I say the Democrat Party is going down, this is what I'm talking about. The inmates run the asylum. What is, like, with the exception of Charlie Kirk and the Trump assassinations, virtually all of these political radicals have all been, that attempt assassinations or violence or bombings or whatever, these are all radical lefties. And many of them target their own party. I don't want to live somewhere where you wake up to a picture of politicians hanging from lampposts. I don't want that in America. That would be very, very bad. If that happens, it's not going to be Republicans hanging from lampposts. And it's not going to be Republicans hanging Democrats from lampposts. It's going to be Democrats hanging Democrats from lampposts. This radical left-wing political insurgent energy that's building up is going to absolutely combust the Democrat Party. It's going to explode everywhere. The only thing that's left that's still up for debate, that's yet to be determined, is how many people are going to get caught in the blast radius. Okay, before we get to the Nick stuff, for real, let's get a little Scott Besson action. Love it when I get some gigafag action. Someone clip that. This is from Selah_. B. Scott Besson, born in South Carolina. Parents have tumultuous relationships. Consider joining Naval Academy, but unwilling to lie and say I am straight. Go to Yale instead. Part of that whole Yale thing. MP3. Study political science. Intern for Jim Rogers, Soros co-founder. Then go work with Jim Chanos. Finally land at Soros Fund Management in 1991, heading up the London office. Lead the pound short that created Black Wednesday. Break the Bank of England. Historically donated to Democrats. Al Gore, unknown. McCain, $1,000. I see what you did there. Obama, $2,300. Hillary, $25,000. Donate $1 million to Trump in 2017. Inherit inflation, trade partners in disarray, multiple major conflicts. Stop caring.png. Reverses trade deficits. Forces China to show their hand. Slaps the richest man in the world when he's living out. U.S. budget is tightened for the first time in years. Government shutdown. Who cares.jpg. Argentina side quest. If I could break the Bank of England, I could do the opposite too. Buy $40 billion in dollars of pesos at 1488 in FX swap line. Argentina ETF up 15% 1 week after the trade. Back to the US. Cut snap during shutdown. Too many fat people anyways. I respect the market. Done more for gay acceptance than every single pride parade since the era of Obama. What an absolute massive banger. Congratulations, Secretary Besant. Pleased to announce that we have convened and decided to award the prestigious title of Our Gay to Scott Besant, Treasury Secretary. We congratulate Secretary Scott Besant on this accomplishment. We're excited to see what he does next. Our Gay Triot, our Gigafag. So proud of our Gigafag. Besant redeeming the gays, Miller redeeming the Jews. Just wait until, this is going to make people bad. Just wait until Kash Patel redeems the Jeets. This is interesting, very clear messaging by Besant. From the sofa in his office overlooking the White House, Scott Besant, Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary, summed up how he approaches the job. Quote, "We want the most America First policies that are possible without incurring market wrath," said the 63-year-old hedge fund manager from South Carolina, who now runs the cabinet agency responsible for the world's largest economy and most important debt market. Unlike most of my predecessors, I have a very healthy skepticism of elite institutions and elite opinion, whereas I think they didn't, Besant said. But I have a healthy regard for the market, he added. In other words, my predecessors we're a bunch of academic eggheads. Meanwhile, I am an actually experienced trader. I have actually made my nut in the market, and I respect the market. So what's the distinction he's making here? We need America First policies, the maximal America First policies possible. But we also need to recognize that the market is a real thing, and you have to have respect for the market. If you come in and you think you're just going to totally throw your weight around with no nuance or no concern for the market, you're going to enforce yourself on the market, you're very likely going to get pimp slapped. So he's like, I'm not an academic egghead. He also distanced himself from other populist governments around the world with unorthodox policies. Quote, what gets the people in trouble is they come in, they have these ideas, but you don't respect the market. You've got to respect the market. So he has skepticism of elite institutions and elite opinion. Well, what is that skepticism toward? Is I think my predecessors did not have this skepticism of elite institutions and elite opinion. Meaning, this could be one of two things. This could either be the, GDP go up, just total standard Keynesian economics. It could also be them having this, the thing that, communism is always an elite academic ideology first and foremost. That's what it springs from. That's what keeps it alive. And he's saying, I don't have that. So all of this big bad corporate overlords and banking institutions and stuff, the populist energy tends to be toward tear everything down. He's like, no. We're not going to tear everything down. We have a respect for the market. We're market friendly. We are going to adjust the market in a respectful way. We respect the market. Since he was sworn into the job on January 28th, the S&P 500 equity index has risen about 12%, while the 10-year Treasury yield, a proxy for long-term borrowing costs, has dropped by slightly more than half a percentage point over the same period to 4%. Besson sees these figures as vindication over critics who warned that Trump's policies would trigger a burst of new inflation and inflate U.S. debt, forcing investors to flee. Nope, no investors fleeing. He said that the turmoil was part of Trump's master plan, telling the Financial Times that the president had always planned to announce high levies to create leverage and then bring them down. He has a higher risk tolerance than I do, Besson said. And there were rumors at the time that the degree to which they jacked the tariff rates up made Besson uncomfortable. He wasn't comfortable with that because the man respects the market. He says, and he's now conceding this was Trump's plan all along. He has a higher risk tolerance than I do. They navigated through that between. So it seems like Besant and Trump actually work together really well. Because Besant is going to be a little more conservative, a little more market friendly, whereas Trump is like bull in a china shop, like I'm going to enforce my will. And he's got his intuition for how people are going to react. He's the master deal maker. He just wants to make a deal. But everybody just leave him alone and let him make deals. He would be happy. Tariff on, tariff off, it's a feature, not a bug. Like Mr. Miyagi said, there is a plan. Unpredictability is a strategy constantly catches algorithmic leveraged hedging off sides. Why? Markets are levered massively. The logical response is lower leverage to reduce risk. This is a great point. If the problem is that markets are way too levered because there's been way too much cheap money, people are taking way too many risks, then inserting turmoil into the market in a controlled, strategic manner is a great way to get people to de-risk. Get them to back off a little bit. Pull back, de-lever, reduce their risk profile, which then makes it easier to make larger substantive changes. This is the one that a couple of people had tagged me in, and I saw going wild just before I went live here. He says, Senator Warren and Senator Amy Klobuchar, you are failures. This is from his Treasury Secretary account. At Secretary Scott Bessent. He tags Elizabeth Warren and Amy Klobuchar and says, you are failures. You failed to derail the electoral success of one of our great allies in Latin America, President Javier Milei. He won in a landslide with the poorest members of society voting for economic freedom. a notion anathema in particular to the Senate's resident American Peronist, Senator Warren. The only person in American politics I have ever seen, the only high-profile person I have ever seen who uses the term Peronist. You failed to reopen the government, preventing our administration's efforts to get aid to American farmers, as well as our planned activation of the Farm Credit Agency to assist our farmers with next year's crops. As the attached photo demonstrates, POTUS is in Asia showing what successful American leadership looks like. Today's announcement, after his meeting with President Xi, will be a resounding victory for our great farmers. Gee, I wonder what that announcement is going to be. While I know it will be soul-crushing for you, please refocus your staff away from writing incoherent letters to myself and others, and instead work towards opening the government. If you decide to further add to your legacy of failure by voting to keep the government closed over the upcoming Thanksgiving holiday, ruining the #1 travel day for American families, you should both be ashamed. P.S. I am happy to inform you both that the Argentine economic bridge has now turned a profit for the American people. While profit is a private sector word that you may both be unfamiliar with, I would urge you to look past your previous experience working alongside the Biden administration's auto-penned efforts to bankrupt the U.S. government. What an absolute rod from God. Just completely nuked. Look at this. You've just been fact-checked by a sassy genius. Look at my fruitcake Americans, Slutty Milk. Look at him. What a great American. Scott Bessent doesn't need an edit to post a Giga Chad. He already is one. Don't mess with the Pink Pony Club's Forex team. The Pink Pony Club's Forex team. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's so good. God, I love this administration.
White man is back, baby. The white man is back.
In Dietmar, women are stupid copycats. Clear them out. Clear them out as well. After they destroy themselves, of course. Let the MC terror commence, we shall get our Napoleon. Arm yourselves, the age of the wolf arrives. The gigafuck nose has slaying.
Thank you, Moderate Prospectus. Let the McTerror commence. We shall get our Napoleon. The Gigafag knows. He's slaying. Slay King. Slay Scotty boy. Speaking of slaying, Homeland Security. Slaytriot. Bobby Ballbags. Homeland Security says we refuse to back down from our mission to make America safe. Greg Bavino is putting his life on the line to protect our citizens, and no amount of radical terror or anarchy will stop us in our mission. So there is a hit. There's been actual hits ordered on Greg Bavino, and now there's some media hits going at him. I read to you guys yesterday about how they're restructuring the ICE leadership and putting more Border Patrol people in positions of leadership. The Border Patrol is much more aggressive tactically, and that a lot of the more aggressive videos that you've seen, like the one of where they pulled up in the unmarked Penske van and jumped out at a Home Depot and started chasing guys through the streets, that was a Greg Bavino operation. Well, now we've got DHS making it abundantly clear where the agency's allegiances lie. There's rumors, there's DHS people and Border Patrol people are fighting with each other. And you might say, well, this is just the admin. This is just whoever's running the account. But here's the thing. This is more than just empty memeing. Whoever's running the account gets to define the messaging and personality of the administration, of the agency, this particular agency. So there could be plenty of people within DHS who are not happy about this, who don't like this. But whoever has the login for the Twitter account gets outsized power. And look at the edits that we're getting now. DHS account. The DHS account is posting hardcore edits. Look at that salute. Look at that man. Look at that patriotic American. You know, I see that salute, and I can't help it. I just want to salute as well. I think when I salute like this, I want to hear a tune. I want to hear a tune as I salute. Perhaps, I don't know, maybe this one. Auf der Heide blüht ein kleines Blümelein. Und das heißt Amerika. Oh.
Okay. What kind of American are you?
What kind of American are you? Indeed. All right, now go away. I need to get to my next tab here. In the face of a leftist judge, remember I told you guys yesterday that there was a judge who ordered him to, he needed to call her and report in every day at 4:30. You guys want to salute? Here you go.
Salute.
Every day at 4:30, he needed to call and report to her, give her a rundown on all of his activities of the day. Well, that got immediately slapped down by the appeals court. Here is him on Fox News.
All right, so you're leading Operation Midway Blitz. Is this judge allowing you to continue to do your job up until 4 or 6 p.m. when you have to go sit with her? And what does that do to operations for you and your agents that you're leading?
First and foremost, those operations continue. They continue unabated. The temporary restraining order and the meetings with the judge and all the other accoutrements that comes with what her orders are that will have no effect on Operation Midway Blitz. The Border Patrol, ICE, and those allied law enforcement teams are legal, ethical, and moral, and we always have been. So we've never been in violation of any TRO, any law or regulation. We're going to go out there and we're going to accomplish the mission. We're closing in on 3,000 apprehensions as we speak.
Look at that uniform.
We're going to speed those apprehensions up, and now we're even going to go harder. Harder, Harris. We go harder now, and I'm not worried about it at all.
You are commander of that operation, chief of this entire sector. Does that judge know that you've had a bounty by a gang put on your head? You had somebody with a hit ordered for you. Does that come into the conversation as well?
I was not able to even mention that yesterday. I did very little talking, as you know, there in that hearing. That did not come into that conversation. But when you talk about violent gang members, violent transnational criminal organizations, and the violence that our agents are seeing out there on the street, that certainly does need to come into the conversation, because a bounty on someone's head, that ratchets up the threat picture out on the street, especially when you have Mayor Johnson calling Border Patrol agents barbarians. When you put those two together, that doesn't add up to something that that's acceptable for law enforcement, nor the good citizens of this country.
Chief Bovino, we appreciate the work that you're doing to hold the sovereignty of the nation in this way and to kick out the worst of the worst who've come here illegally. Stay safe. Thank you very much.
What the hell was that? What's like the... Thank you, Chief of Border Patrol, Greg Bovino. Thank you so much for everything that you are doing. It's like someone tranquilized her.
And to kick out the worst of the worst who've come here illegally. The work that...
Nor the good citizens of this country.
Chief Bovino, we appreciate the work that you're doing to hold the sovereignty of the nation in this way and to kick out the worst of the worst who've come here illegally. Stay safe. Thank you very much.
That's her deal? Yeah. This is, what's her name? I had her name in my head, and then as soon as I went to say it, I lost it. It was like she was reading from a teleprompter.
Thank you, ma'am. It's good to talk with you.
Well, tonight, President...
All I want to say is, for whatever reason, Fallon Fox is coming to mind, and I know that's not her name. That's gonna bug me. That's gonna bug me not being able to come up with that. Anyways, did you guys know that climate change is dead? Bill Gates has significantly changed his stance on climate change, and in a new memo now says, quote, "It will not lead to humanity's demise." Faulkner. Yes, Faulkner. Is it Ferris? Ferris Faulkner? Is that why I had the double F? Harris Faulkner. That's what it is. Harris Faulkner. Yes, it was not Ferris. I don't know why I had the double F thing in my head, but damn, she's 60? Okay. Harris Faulkner. Bill Gates says, "There's a doomsday view of climate change that goes like this. In a few decades, cataclysmic climate change will decimate civilization. The evidence is all around us. Just look at all the heat waves and storms caused by rising global temperatures. Nothing matters more than limiting the rise in temperature." Huh. Yeah, that's a very familiar view of climate change to me. I have heard that from many people, like this guy named Bill Gates. I've heard almost those exact words from Bill Gates. Well, he continues, "Fortunately for all of us, this view is wrong. Although climate change will have serious consequences, particularly for people in the poorest countries, it will not lead to humanity's demise. People will be able to live and thrive in most places on Earth for the foreseeable future. Emissions projections have gone down, and with the right policies and investments, innovation will allow us to drive emissions down much further." There you go, boys. Climate change. Dead. Completely dead. No more in Miami is going to be underwater in 10 years. All of that, dead. Just goes out with a gasp. Just a little strangled to death by one of its biggest promoters. Now, there's a couple ways you could read this. One would be that remember when Trump had all of the tech leaders at the White House, and they all went around the table and proclaimed how great and wonderful and awesome he was and brought tribute to him, and Bill Gates is just sitting there just looking kind of like, "Oh, yeah, I guess I'm here too." Well, yeah, trust plan star. Maybe Bill got the manila envelope. "Hey, Bill, you don't care about climate change anymore." "Huh? What?" "Yeah, you don't care about climate change anymore." Oh, I don't care about climate. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't care about climate change anymore, because Bill Gates is really just kind of like a meat bank. He is a big pile of meat that wanders around and functions as a bank for actual powerful people. So that's one possibility, and that possibility is not necessarily mutually exclusive with David Sachs's take. David Sachs says, with climate doomerism fading, AI doomerism will become as the central organizing catastrophe on the left. It justifies their takeover of the economy and especially the information space. And it has enough pseudoscience and Hollywood storytelling behind it to seem compelling. So yes, this is exactly correct. Another one of our favorite Jews, David Sachs. Indeed, it is going to be AI doomerism. That is going to be the pivot, 100% for sure.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Nice that they've been scaring the shit out of kids in school about climate change for the last 20 years.
Yeah, no kidding, eh? See what I did there? No kidding, eh? Thank you, Slosher.
The white man is back, baby!
What the hell?
The white man is back!
Nice that they've been scaring the shit out of kids in school about climate change for the last 20 years.
A tip message so good it had to be read twice. Yeah, what's funny though is like once this goes, now that it's come down from on high, nope, we don't talk about this anymore. It's going to hold over. There's going to be people who are sort of concerned about it or whatever. But I remember when acid rain and the hole in the ozone layer. I remember sitting at the toilet. I didn't have a phone that I could read, so I would sit at the toilet and I'd pick up the deodorant, read the label on it, and then look around and, oh, yeah, here you go. The poop spray. The poop spray, as we called it. I'd pick up the poop spray and I'd sit there and I'd read it and I'd learn about the hole in the ozone layer and, yes, I remember that. I remember that life. All those kids who have been fear-mongered about climate change, it's going to take 2 or 3 years of nobody talking about it, and it's going to be completely gone. None of these people who believed it actually believed it. They just said the fashionable thing. And as it goes away, then they will go away. Oh, it says, used to read my dad's Rush Limbaugh books. See? I married well. All right. Here we go now. Thank you for the tip, Slosher. Let us return to Tucker Carlson interviewing Nick Fuentes. We're going to pick up where we left off last night. And we're going to watch this, pulled up to 1.25. We are picking up at the 1 hour and 29 minute mark. TUCKDOLF and NICKLER, yep. And we're going to we're going to listen to, starting here, the assassination attempt on Fuentes. So we're going to follow out the rest of this interview, and then I'm going to come over and we're going to watch this one from Nick himself, recapping my interview with Tucker Carlson. I kept it under 2 hours. I wanted to hit this before I got to the 2 hour mark. I kept it under there. Now the goal is to try to get through the rest of this in under 3 hours. Try to get out of here before, say, 1:30-ish my time. We'll see if it happens, because I've got some thoughts on all of this. But let's go.
I referred earlier to the assassination attempt against you, and it's very fashionable, among the permanent victim class. Every BLM leader was, they're trying to kill me, or Seth whatever from the Babylon Bee, people are trying to kill me, and people use threats
Seth Dillon just catching strays here.
against them, which are daily for a lot of us, as a way to kind of make themselves unassailable or immune from criticism, or to attack their enemies. Your words inspired violence.
Oh, that's got to be a drop. That's got to be I got to add that to the soundboard. Real quick, let me play this tip.
White man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Oh yeah, air is still abominable. We should spend a fraction of that money on making mentats instead of having computer with human-level intelligence. Why not make humans with computer-level memories and math abilities? Surely, that is closer to happening.
I do like that. I do like the sound of that. I think the human brain is capable of a hell of a lot more than what we typically use. There's the urban legend that average human only uses 13% of their brain, which is total, it's horseshit. But there's something to that we're normally running at very, very low capacity. And this is, this is kind of part of the Maha has become sort of the organized corporate slogan for that idea. If we could start addressing all of the environmental toxins, which would include things like microplastics, and it would also include really shitty ideologies that break people's brains. Then we could upscale the capacity of human potential. I did see a guy. He said AI is still abominable. I gotta give the Clanker some credit here. I saw a guy today on Twitter lose a theology debate with Grok. So, if you think that you're having a bad day, you did not lose a theology debate to Grok. So things can't be too bad. All right, back to this.
From criticism, or to attack their enemies. Your words inspired violence.
Your words inspired violence.
What is stochastic terror? I can't even pronounce it. It's like some academic term, whatever. But you had a real assassination attempt.
Tucker knows exactly what stochastic terrorism is. What is stochastic? Oh, I don't even know what that means.
An actual one, which got no publicity that I recall. What happened?
Yeah, well, it was after the election last year. I put out this tweet and I said, your body, my choice on election night. And, I wasn't, look, I'm not going to apologize for it, but I thought it was like a weak, it's like a lame joke. It's kind of like the most obvious turn of phrase.
It's a college joke. Yeah, it's kind of
funny. So I had other good jokes that night, but that was like the one that caught on because I just think it captured the imagination of liberals who were like, it's over for us, which it kind of is, but in some ways. But so I put that out there. I didn't even vote for Trump, but I put that tweet out.
Vote for?
I didn't vote at all. I just recused myself. But that's just what makes it ironic because I became in some ways emblematic of the election, even though I didn't participate. But so it got 100 million impressions on Twitter, and And people were saying on the news that kids were saying it in school. It was on like the news that in middle schools and high schools, the boys were saying that to the girls, your body, my choice. So it became this thing where it's like, he's creating this toxic environment for women. So the internet lost its mind, and people then started posting my address online because they were so unhappy with the tweet. And so on TikTok and on Twitter, a screenshot of my address, my phone number, all my personal information, it went viral. And when I say viral, I mean there were multiple tweets that got 20 million views with my whole readout, all my information.
Like your actual address, where you spend the night?
Yes, where I live, where I do my show, all of it.
Damn, did you know that?
Yeah, I started to see it. So the election Tuesday, obviously, it was like Thursday that my address starts blowing up. I was going to do a show Friday, and someone shows up to my house. Some weird-looking guy shows up to my house and just walks through the yard, walks through the gangway into the backyard, and is just circling my house and then goes away. So we call the cops, me and my producer, and we said, maybe we shouldn't do a show tonight. And that weekend, we hired private security just for the weekend, like 200 people.
You didn't have security?
No, I don't have security. Well, I didn't then.
Of any kind?
I didn't have cameras or anything, even. I had nothing.
Okay.
I was raw dogging it. Yeah, which was not smart, maybe, but never had a problem like that.
I've always lived that way too.
Yeah. But so that weekend, we hired a security
Tucker has always raw dogged it. Confirmed.
guard just to park his car outside the house and monitor things. Literally 200 people came.
To your house?
Yes. Not all at once, but one after the other. Driving by, yelling, walking by, throwing eggs. Multiple people threw eggs at my house, ordering pizzas, ordering DoorDash, whatever, walking through the gangway. It was like a war zone. Like the security guard was yelling at people all night, and it went on all weekend. And then it went on throughout the next week and the next weekend. And it was bad. I got out of my house. I went to a hotel for a week while this was happening, waited for it to blow over.
You do your show from the hotel?
No, I took a week off.
Wow. Did you announce any of this in public?
No, I had to keep it very...
Why?
I didn't want to track more of it.
Yeah.
Because if you say, they're here, then people go, no, we got to keep up the pressure, or turn it up. And people at that time were talking about burning my house down. Like on TikTok, there were viral videos of people saying, we're going to burn his house down. And then they doxed my parents' address. People were showing up to my parents' house. It got really bad. And eventually it just blew over. About a month passed. And at that time, so it was like late December. It's actually funny. It was December 18th. I remember because that's an important date to me. And it's Joseph Stalin's birthday.
Oh.
I'm a fan.
You're a fan of Stalin's?
Mm-hmm. Always an admirer. But we don't need to go into that, I guess.
Well, let's, okay, let's get back. We'll circle back to that.
It was weird.
Spoiler alert, they never circled back to that. Now, I did find this. This is from another solo show that he did, where he talks about he gives his take on Stalin, and this is true that it is an objective assessment of his leadership, not a moral one, and obviously I don't think it's. Yeah, I'll just play this.
What is so significant about him is that he's running a dictatorship within a dictatorship. As you know, there's this cult of personality, as everybody knows. There's this totalitarian society. Stalin is the dictator of the party, and the party is the dictator of the country. So this guy, the level of power that he has is unmatched by anyone ever. It is truly a personal autocracy, unlike anything that has maybe ever existed in the world in history. And what is interesting about Stalin is that he comes from the periphery of the Russian Empire. He grows up in Georgia, in the Caucasus, which is on the outskirts. And this is during a time of suppression of the Georgian language, of Georgian culture by the Tsar. So he really is this peripheral figure, and he's unremarkable. He's 5'6". He's got pock marks from smallpox when he was a kid. He walks with a limp. Like, he's physically a very unimposing, unremarkable figure. He's not a compelling speaker. He's got a very high-pitched voice and really a marginal character. He goes to seminary, and he was a very devout. Well, he was devout at a time. He later became an atheist. But even in his language is colored by his time in the seminary. He robs a bank famously in Tiflis in 1907 and becomes
a
pariah in the revolution.
I mean, the joke kind of writes itself here. You could imagine why Nick Fuentes would be a really big fan of a guy who is maybe not all that physically impressive and has kind of a high voice and was able to overcome all of that and dominate as a short king, It's pretty easy to see.
Movement as a criminal. So he's really this, he's from the periphery of the Russian Empire. He's this unremarkable figure. He's not charismatic like a Hitler. He's not imposing like a George Washington. He is like his pariah, this outcast. And really through this remarkable intelligence, bureaucratic maneuvering, becomes the most powerful man in the world, really. And uses this power to transform the Soviet Union truly. And look, Stalin killed many people. There's no question he's an evil figure in history. He suppresses religion. Millions die in the collectivization of the farms, of agriculture. He kills probably directly millions of people in the purges, sentences them to death by execution or in the gulags, and uses the slave labor to industrialize Russia. Like, he is a brutal figure, no doubt about it. And yet, truly a great man of history in multiple ways. One, at the end of the day, what he did, it worked. He took Russia from a backwards agrarian serf economy, a sclerotic autocracy run by the Tsar, into a world empire. His 5-year plans, they worked. Yes, millions died. Yes, it required sacrifice. That's a euphemism, I guess, what you could call it. It was a genocide, essentially. But it worked. By prioritizing heavy machinery, by prioritizing factories, defense equipment, Russia industrializes. He drags Russia out of the 19th century, or really the 18th century, into the 20th century. They acquire an atomic bomb. They defend Russia against Hitler. Then that was the inevitable conflict, was Germany rising. That's really the story, is German unification in the 1870s. And they become the hegemon of continental Europe and then challenge Britain. And so the question is, how does this resolve? This Soviet Union as a rising power, Nazi Germany, and the Soviet Union wins. He defends the Soviet Union against Germany. He industrializes the Soviet Union, nuclearizes the Soviet Union. And so you look at Russia when Stalin enters the scene in 1928 is when he consolidates power. Lenin dies in 24? By 1928, Stalin has consolidated power. You look at the Soviet Union in 1928 versus 1953 when he dies. It's unquestionable, his effect on the country and on the world. Whatever you think, I mean, obviously an evil figure, but truly remarkable. And they tell this story about him. They say, oh, well, he got beat up by his dad, and that's why he was evil. There's no evidence of this. He was a poet. He was actually a poet, a sensitive young man. He called himself Koba. That was his pen name. Yeah, so I'm getting into some of the revisionist history by Grover Furr. I got put onto that by Academic Agent. Just interesting from an academic point of view. I always thought Stalin was far more fascinating than Hitler and Napoleon, but that's just me, personally.
Last night had a pretty good monologue.
Somebody says, this dude's admiration for Stalin is fucked up. Dude, you wouldn't get it. It's like anything. I mean, are we intelligent? Are we mature? Are we grown-ups? I feel the same way about Hitler. I feel the same way about a lot of these figures. In some sense, you can say this about Netanyahu. Is Netanyahu evil? Yes. But there is no question he is a remarkable figure. There is no question he is the man of history. Look at what he has done, how he's transformed the Middle East. He's absolutely evil. He's absolutely diabolical. But you have to be able to separate the ruthlessness, the evil from their evil geniuses. Does Hitler contain a genius? Does a Stalin, does a Netanyahu contain a genius? Yes. And there's obviously more admirable figures. I think George Washington is far more admirable in terms of his character, in terms of his decency. Like, if I were to pick a North Star, a true, who has both characteristics, a good man and a man of history, I would say George Washington. Truly a good man, a true beast of a man, a true hero, and also a man of history. But also not as much of a genius as Stalin in some ways, Like with Hitler, you have to understand, these men are also shaped by the time. I mean, of course, Stalin being a communist contributes a great deal to his evilness, but at the same time, it's like he was extremely paranoid. Well, he was probably right to be. I mean, I'm sure everybody was trying to kill him. The West was trying to destroy. You have to put yourself in his mind. It's not to excuse what he did, but it is to say, like with the Hitler, it's not so black and white. You're not ready for this. Some people are not ready for that. Some people are not ready for that conversation. And I just think the world's a complicated place. You could say the same thing about Hamas. You could say the same thing about Iran. You could say the same about Mao Zedong. You could say it about Netanyahu. You could say it about a lot of these people. And I would say the uniqueness is that America and Western civilization is truly set apart in that way. I think that we truly are exceptional in that regard. The kind of evil that you see in the communists and really I think it derives more from them being Asian, to tell you the truth. Human life is just more expendable there. But even compared to the Muslims, the Jews, I think that that's where the Europeans, because we have the church, are truly remarkable.
It's the most interesting part of that whole thing to me, honestly, was you can kind of see the smirk in his face while he's talking about Stalin. And you can tell that he's doing this. He's kind of doing a whole bit here as, there's kind of something to what he's saying, but then he's also doing it kind of the edgelord thing. Like nobody will ever make the case for Stalin. So here, how about I be the unexpected person making the case for Stalin? But when he talks about Netanyahu, and he talks that way, that was the most interesting part of this whole clip to me, was him saying, you got to recognize this sort of, and Phil, you'd asked before about, is he just ignorant of like the good things that the administration has done? Or is he aware of them, but he's like applying pressure anyways, or what's going on there? And I will say that I think the ability to pick out this kind of nuance with someone like Netanyahu, he's not like blathering, raving about him as just some sort of evil monster, and he just gets completely irrational and incoherent about it. He can have a cool head. He can be like, yeah, I hate this guy and everything he stands for, but I can also recognize that he is a savvy, sophisticated, competent operator. He has made an imprint on the world. I may not like that imprint, but I still have to recognize it as an imprint. Him name dropping AA was kind of wild. That got me when I listened to this first time. I was like, well, what? AA. Interesting. Trust Plansar says, a great man of history just means someone with a lot of political power. You have to put FDR in there too. I think FDR definitely would go in there. But I think great man of history, there was probably no single man, no single political figure who had at the height of his power had more power than Stalin. I'm not just saying at the moment that Stalin was at the height of his power that there was nobody else. That was true. But also, I don't think any other single political figure ascended to that level, to those heights in the 20th century. Stalin was easily the most powerful of all political figures at a given time. And then FDR was obviously similar. But I think FDR's position was given to him more than Stalin's was. I think Stalin had to earn it, for lack of a better word, more than FDR did. FDR was more of kind of a face for, he was sort of pushed up into this role, and he played his role well, and he did it very well, and he was a smart man himself. But I think Stalin, it was a lot more about him being able to navigate the system as it was and get himself there. And obviously ruthless and evil and yada, yada, yada. But it was the comments about Netanyahu that I thought were the most interesting about that. Back to the original one.
Because the reason I mentioned that, it was almost like, because I woke up that day and I was like, oh, it's December 18th. And I was just like very acutely aware of like, today's like a strange day. This is the day that the attempt happened. And so nothing had been happening for weeks at this point. So the election's like, November 3rd. Month and a half has passed. Nobody's coming to my house anymore, rarely. And I'm doing my show like normal. And I'm reaching the end of the show, and I see out of the corner of my eye, I get an alert from my Ring doorbell camera that somebody's at the front door. And so I'm reading through my super chats. I'm going through live chat
on the
messages.
air.
Yeah, I'm live. And, I'm working through the messages, and I'm keeping an eye on it. And I see that this guy has a loaded gun. The guy's
standing. Laugh.
Yeah, well.
So you're live, and
yes.
You see that there's a guy with a gun outside your door.
Yes. He's got a motorcycle helmet and a backpack. He's got a gun drawn, and he's knocking on the door yelling. And the thing is, I didn't want to tip him off that I knew he was there, because I thought, I don't want him to get the drop on me or something. I just didn't want to give him any information about, because I don't know if he's listening to my show. If I start freaking out or cancel the show, I don't know. Maybe he knows more about my movements inside. So I keep the show going for like a minute, and I wrap it up very quickly. I finish the show. My producer comes running in, and I say, who is that? What's going on? And he goes, oh, I called the cops. They're here. The guy's gone. I said, okay, good. So I start getting changed out of my suit, and I hear gunshots go off outside.
Damn.
Yeah. And I literally like jumped to the ground, because I'm like, I don't know what's happening here. And I step outside for a minute after the dust kind of settles, and there's like 10 cop cars all up and down the street, and they have the whole block locked down. Police tape everywhere. There's like a dozen cops. Like I said, the whole block is shut down. The alley is shut down. And they go, get back inside, get back inside. We have no idea what's going on. We have no idea what happened. And they wouldn't let me or my producer leave until the morning. That's how late they were there. And finally, at the end of the night, after all the cops left, I came out in the very early morning.
Did no one come and explain any of this to you?
No, nobody said anything. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And finally, I go out in the morning and I ask the guy, oh, okay, what happened? He told me the story. And so it turns out that it's this young guy. He's 23 years old, white nerd, short guy. He was at U of I, University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign, about 2 hours south of where I live. He killed 3 people earlier in the day. He went to his roommate's house, college roommate's house, killed his roommate, killed the sister, the guy's mother, got in his car and drove directly to my house, parked outside my house, got out a .22 pistol and an automatic crossbow. Weird choice. And he knocked on the door, which is where I saw him. He went around the house. He tried the back door, tried the front door, and the cops pulled up. He took off running through the gangway, hopped the fence, ran into the neighbor's house. I guess he went into the neighbor's basement because the door was unlocked. He was hiding from the police. He shot 2 of their dogs, which is devastating. He runs back outside, and the cops see him. He shoots at the cop.
It's funny that Tucker shows like his biggest emotional response in all of this is he shot the dogs. Tucker is a noted dog lover American.
The cops shot him in the face, and he dies on the spot.
What was his motive?
They never told me. To this day, I have no idea.
They never told you?
No.
So what contact did you have with the police after this?
They came by about a week later. Illinois State Police came to retrieve the Ring camera footage of the whole incident. And so they had me download that onto a thumb drive. And that's it. I never heard from the cops, never heard from the government.
Not at all?
No, nothing.
A guy comes to murder you. He's murdered 3 other people and 2 dogs. He gets shot to death and no one bothers to tell you anything?
Nope, nothing.
Is it really a country at this point?
No.
I mean,
it's ridiculous. And
so what was his motive? Do you have any idea?
I have no idea. So the story that I read online, because obviously the news followed up on this, and they said that, so he was like 5'5". I guess he was involved with drugs, actually, with his roommate. They sold drugs together or something like that. They had a falling out over the drug money or something like that. The roommate beat the shit out of him so bad he dropped out of school. He had this major falling out with the roommate, but they were close, had a big falling out. The shooter took him to small claims court over some money. And I guess this guy was just in a downward spiral. He lost his job. He got in a hit and run crash and ran from the police. Then he was swearing at the cops when they showed up to arrest him. And I guess his life just kept getting worse and worse and worse. I assume he took it out on the roommate and popped off, killed the whole family.
It's horrifying, but how do you fit into that?
Outspotted.
This is just my opinion, speculation. This is like a month after Luigi Mangione. He had on and the shooter at my house had on a motorcycle helmet and like a costume. And so I think he was maybe like a copycat of Luigi Mangione. He thought he was going to be like a hero and assassinate some reviled political figure who was going viral at that time, being hated for that tweet. So I think that might have been the motive, but that's pure speculation. I have no idea.
I mean, it's a well-documented fact that all kinds of bad actors use unstable people for political assassinations, right? It's happened. We know it's happened.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think this might be an example of that?
I don't think so, but it's certainly possible. The reason I say I don't think so.
It's kind of funny. I think of you as conspiracy-minded, but you don't have a conspiracy in mind here.
No, because I really believe that when you look at all these things, and by these things, I mean these like really disturbing instances of violence like Luigi Mangione or Charlie Kirk or these school shootings, there is something going on with these kids. It's nihilism. It's these people.
If you haven't seen this before, Superior B, you mentioned Nick's hands. If you haven't seen this before, go back and watch. You just have to watch for just a few minutes. Watch when Martyr Maid was on Tucker. They have the same hands. It's distracting to watch, to see their hands, the way they've kind of got like the double jointed fingers or something, and they're very demonstrative and gesture with their hands, but they got like all sorts. It's just very unique hands.
People that are maybe mentally defective, extremely online. I think there's like a real problem there. And I don't doubt that sometimes these people are involved with maybe a foreign government, or they're being groomed or put up to it by an operative. But I think to assume that it's always that ignores that like there's a very real problem of nihilistic, surrealist violence that comes from young people. And, like this guy it's a triple homicide out of nowhere, and then he tries to kill me. I think he just went crazy, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, Zoomer Dylan, even Nick is seeing the vengeful son. Isn't that interesting? Nick here is identifying the spirit of the vengeful son, the nihilism and the sudden just explosion of violence.
Describe the circumstances that have led to this violence. Like, how does a normal young man, go from being a normal young man to being a murderer?
I think that it has a lot to do, if you read through all these stories, they always have a few things in common, which is that, and people have pointed this out, this is not new, SSRIs are always a big one.
Of course.
But what that points to is a depressive streak. It's always somebody that is a loner, socially dislocated, or socially dysfunctional. You know, they don't have many real life friends, engage in real life activities, slip through the cracks. That's always how it starts. Then they get into either they're medicated by a therapist with SSRIs, or they self-medicate, which is extremely common with alcohol, weed, which is extremely potent now, and you could get THC from like a vape pen. So it's very powerful, very accessible. You know, when I was in high school, my stoner friends would have to like go on a walk to the park and roll a joint. Now with the vape, you can hit that anywhere, I guess. Of course. It's very discreet. They also do psychedelics. I think that's a huge part of it. And
how is that a huge part of it?
I think that a lot of them get turned on. They'll do alcohol, marijuana, and then I think they get into psychedelics like LSD or MDMA. And I think those things induce psychosis. These psychoactive drugs, whether it's marijuana by itself or it's LSD, I think they tend to induce psychosis and exacerbate those like existing problems. And basically what happens, I would say that is maybe the next step. And then the other ingredient that's always there is, although they don't have a social life in the real world, they have a social life on the internet.
Yeah, Nevsky, they MK Ultra themselves. It's a good way of putting it. Slutty Milk says, I've always found Nick's accent funny. Sounds like he's trying hard to enunciate every word, like he's exaggerating the mouth movements needed to speak more words. His ninja space says he talks like it hurts. It sounds to me like it's some of it is just Chicago. It just he kind of has that sort of, I can't even do it. He's got that Chicagoan accent. There's a hint of that in there. He's also, sounds a little Italian. I know that he's like Mexican. He's like Mexican and Italian and white. I think he said in his Patrick Bet David interview, I think he said that he's like Irish, Mexican, and Italian. So there's kind of an Italian sort of flamboyance there.
Yes. And so they're deeply involved in obscure internet forums, Discord, gaming communities. So increasingly, ChatGPT is inducing psychosis. People talk to ChatGPT all day, all night. And you basically have, between the three of these things, they kind of go into like a different world. Between the psychoactive substances, the make-believe reality of the internet, totally disconnected from the real world, I think they enter into like this delusional state. And I think that's where that shooter in Minneapolis, I think that's what that was. I think if Tyler Robinson is found guilty, there's been some interesting screenshots about him and his transgender boyfriend. It's the same story there, if that's true. And I would imagine it was not dissimilar with the guy that showed up and tried to kill me. I think those are always the ingredients that produce that kind of violence.
It's interesting, your audience, as I imagine it, I've never seen any of your numbers. I don't even know how big your audience is. It seems big to me, but I think of them as young men.
Mm-hmm.
That's the bulk of your audience, right?
Yes.
And yet here you are criticizing weed and video games and the internet, and you work on the internet. You are a creation. I mean, you wouldn't exist without the internet, of course. You didn't get a job at NBC News. So what kind of reaction do you get when you criticize weed, gaming, and the internet to young men?
A lot of them agree with it because they get it. It's their life. A lot of them, that's their life. Their life is, and another thing we didn't even bring up is the porn thing, which is there also. This is their life. Weed, gaming, porn. And I think they know it's bad. I think they know there's like some sense of guilt. And so it's interesting. I would say it's maybe an 80-20 split, where 20% say, oh, you're against weed? Not cool, man. It's just a plant. Well, they're very defensive about it, about these addictions. And I think 80% say, I know I have a problem. Like, I have a guilty conscience. I know it's bad. I know it's terrible.
Why are you against weed?
Because I think that it's compromises the integrity of your mental faculties. I think there's something deeply wrong with that. When you, I'm against alcohol too. I think it's wrong to numb pain. I think pain is a part of life. I think sobriety is should be experienced. And I think that weed is even worse because I think that, one, it's very dangerous. There's a lot of numbers now out of California and Washington that people are going to the hospital for psychosis. People are going crazy because of
it. It's also more subtle and therefore more insidious. You can't, I've done it. If you have a 12-pack for breakfast, everyone knows. But if you take a hit of the dab pen, nobody knows.
Mm-hmm.
So you can use it.
The dab pen? Damn. Tucker's a savage.
All the time.
Yeah. And it makes you a loser. It makes you lazy. People that are addicted to weed are not motivated, don't care about anything other than weed. There's sort of an irony there where I used to hang out with a lot of stoners in high school. I never smoked weed, but all my friends did. And they were so chill and relaxed and didn't care about anything. But if you criticized weed, they would freak out and get extremely defensive.
Yes, I've noticed.
Right? If you insinuate that it's addictive, if you say it's a problem, they get very like junkie behavior. And so I've always hated it. I think it's disgusting.
What is porn exactly? Like, describe how available is porn? What is it? I know what porn is, but like you said, it's a huge factor in the lives of young men and a bad factor. Why?
Well, this is another thing where
this was the direction, like the whole conversation leading up to this point, I think was sort of just kind of covering the necessary ground that, you know, if Tucker and Nick are going to have a conversation, they're going to have to address the, Nick's background. They're going to have to talk about the Con Inc. and GOP and Ben Shapiro and the Jews and all of that. That's all sort of like, you just got to get this stuff out of the way. From this point forward, I think that the conversation, it went in a direction I wouldn't have expected. I wouldn't have expected Nick and Tucker to start talking about weed and porn and OnlyFans and dating and like the condition of the Zoomer male-female relationship thing. I wouldn't have really expected that to be where they would go with it. And it's very interesting.
It's reality distortion. That's kind of the theme. Just like psychedelics distort reality, just like a kind of internet society is a form of delusion, so is porn, in the sense that, you know, a lot of people maybe don't realize, and we talked about this a little bit, people are getting turned on to porn when they're like 10 years old. And when you are going through puberty, when you're developing your sexual faculties, how could you stay away from that? Every kid has a phone, every kid has an iPad, and every iPad and phone is, if you know what it is, loaded up with porn. And it's infinite and it's ubiquitous and you can get every kind of it you want, whenever you want. It's in your pocket. And so something that is almost never talked about is that this is a generation that's totally sexually dysfunctional, I think, because of pornography. And some people are able to cope with it. Some people don't have a problem. But I think a lot of people, and maybe even a small minority, have a serious problem with it. And the
How does
problem,
it make people sexually dysfunctional?
I think that it's impossible for a real woman to compete with the availability and the novelty of pornography. A real woman,
the devil's iconography, Father Seraphim Rose called it.
Like, without getting graphic, she's only one person, and maybe she wants to do something sexual, maybe she doesn't. Porn is, you could have 100 different women in one sitting doing anything that whatever niche or idiosyncratic thing a person might be into, it's there. And so I think that novelty combined with that availability, it makes it so that, when you think about courting a woman, juice isn't worth the squeeze. And so there's like also a problem of like erectile dysfunction, people that can't enjoy regular sex because it does not compare to the intensity, the novelty, and the availability of porn. It's hyper stimulation. And so I think that's sabotaging a lot of normal sexual relationships.
It seems like it's making a lot of people gay too.
Yeah.
That's one of them. There's the next several minutes here have so many great one-liners like that from Tucker.
So I think that's sabotaging a lot of normal sexual relationships.
It seems like it's making a lot of people gay too.
Yeah, and trans.
You think that's true?
100%.
What is that?
What is that?
I think that the novelty is a huge part of that. I think that if you are somebody that uses pornography multiple times per day, which many people do.
Actually?
Oh, absolutely.
That's a lot of jerking off.
It's a huge problem.
That's another one that's going to the soundboard. I'm going to be chopping up this one like crazy. That's a lot of jerking off.
Per day, which many people do.
Actually?
Oh, absolutely.
That's a lot of jerking off.
It's a huge problem.
God, I love Tucker.
Yeah.
And, if you're doing that multiple times a day, every day, for years, since you're a kid, well, eventually you get bored and you want to move on to something more extreme. And you're kind of, it operates, I think, similar to like a drug. You kind of have the same kind of resistance to it that you would to a drug, or a tolerance for it. And you're always chasing that initial feeling the first time you used it or the first time you saw a certain thing. And I think eventually you just chase more taboo, more transgressive. And I think maybe some people are more prone to that than other people.
Yeah. Last Report on Plugger says, whenever Trump is on screen, seems like it's turning a lot of people gay. I would have said whenever Scott Bessent is on screen. Whenever Stephen Miller is on screen. Whenever the Gigacon is on screen.
Going in a really
No,
true
this is
direction.
how Charlie Sheen got AIDS, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Through just being jaded and looking for something more transgressive. That's just a fact.
And there's something, too, about what it does when you look at it.
Yeah, Tucker was clip farming the shit out of this. Like, they knew full well that this was going to get clipped up. They say it in the multiple times in here. They knew full well this is going to get clipped up. So you might as well give people their money's worth.
Because people don't realize that it is a fundamentally different experience being involved in intercourse versus watching other people have intercourse.
Mr. Sue says, in a way, it sounds like Tucker is trying to make Nick indirectly out himself. You know, I had the same thought. I wondered if that was sort of, if not trying to get him to out himself, it's him talking about this because he knows that having Nick talk about gay stuff, like having the word gay being in and around it, is just going to make it's gonna like make the neurons activate for the clip consumers.
And I think that actually does something to you.
Tell me, what do you mean?
I think that, for example, I think Steve Saylor has written about this, that there's multiple kinds of transsexuals. And he says that one kind of transsexual is somebody that likes the idea of seeing themselves as a woman. It's autogynephilia.
Yes.
And I think that, one of the theories for that is you watch a man having sex with a woman that isn't you so much, you kind of achieve an identity with the woman in like a weird, sick way. You almost identify with the woman. And so there's weird things that happen when you're
it's called
watching that
cuckoldry.
and having such strong emotional and sexual experiences with it.
That's fascinating. I have always been...
The porn screen is a digital cuck chair.
I've sensed for a long time, having had a lot of young male employees mention porn as a problem. I mean, the big porn companies give visibility to foreign intel services on the back end. So that means people know what you're looking at. There's likely video and audio of you watching. So that, that's like so such a deal killer for me. I'm not a huge expert on the topic, but I have always sensed this was a huge deal, but I've always been too embarrassed to do a show on it.
Mm-hmm.
But it sounds like you're describing something that's everywhere, that affects everybody, and that is, do you think it's related to the huge decline in like actual sex and relationships and marriage, screwed up dating? All of this derives in part from porn, do you think?
I think
that's a good point, Spear B. This is also them setting it up for the industry to be gone after, which they do a little bit, but I was waiting for a particular connection to be made. And as far as I remember, it never happened, which I thought was very interesting, given the broader subject matter, the broader framing of the conversation. Now they're talking about porn. They're talking about its effect on young people. And they talk about the industry. Yeah, the Oy vey connection.
Huge part of it. It's a huge factor. And it's even on the other side, too.
Das Juden!
It's become so destigmatized for women to actually participate in porn. People don't even recognize that OnlyFans is a whole separate category. It's an innovation in the realm of pornography, because you have what everyone knows as porn, which is like videos of porn stars, like dedicated career sex workers having sex in a relatively controlled environment or something like that. But then you get OnlyFans, which is like Patreon for nudes or sex. And basically, there's now a very...
Mr. Sue says Nick covers why he didn't make that connection on his own show. He thought it was too spurgy and understood the audience he was talking to. Interesting. Okay. That was not in the... I haven't watched the whole episode. I just watched the clip that they made, about hour and a half clip of it.
Large subculture, much larger than people want to admit, of women who the moment they turn 18, that is what they do, is they make an OnlyFans account and they become an amateur porn star. And it is completely casual. Because you could say that maybe 10 years ago, even at the heyday of internet porn, to be in porn, you got to be a porn star. Like, that's your life and that's your career and that's who you are, and it's very shameful. With OnlyFans, it's like having a TikTok. It's like, here's my link tree, here's my Instagram account, here's my Facebook account, here's my YouTube, and here's my OnlyFans.
Why would any of this be legal?
I think that, there's, like you indicated, maybe there's an intelligence.
Why would this be legal? Here is the moment. Here is the moment where he makes the calculation. Do we really go into it? Intelligence. We'll say intelligence.
I think that, there's, like you indicated, maybe there's an intelligence benefit to that.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a political benefit to that. I think that...
Well, why wouldn't you arrest the people who run something like that?
They should be. If you had a Christian government.
Tucker is baiting him. Masterfully. Call him the master baiter. And there you go. There's the subtle little inclination. Let's not a little, whoop. Maybe if you had a Christian government. What do we don't have a Christian government. What do we have?
But to that, I think that...
Well, why wouldn't you arrest the people who run something like that?
They should be. If you had a Christian government.
Or how about just a government that cares about its people? I mean, is Iran a bigger threat or is OnlyFans? So, Iran's not turning my daughters to prostitution that I'm aware of.
Right.
Right? I mean, that seems like one of the worst things that could happen to any society.
They are dancing. They're both, they are brain locked right now. They know exactly, they are sending subtext signals back and forth to each other, and both of them are picking it up.
Oh, absolutely.
So how big is the support for that? Like if a candidate were to come out and say, we ought to arrest the guys who own MindGeek, which is the biggest, I think it's the biggest porn supplier in the world, or the guys.
I love how Tucker is like, what is this? Explain the porn, the porn industry. I know I've been too embarrassed to like actually have an interview. I've talked to the guys that work with me and they've said it's a big problem. I've been too embarrassed to actually like really get into it. But so please explain it to me. Anyways, MindGeek, the largest. Oh yeah, Tucker knows who MindGeek is. See, he doesn't even hide his power levels anymore. You just barely need to know the tiniest little bit about Tucker and about any of these subjects, and he's not even hiding his power levels.
Who run OnlyFans, what would the reaction be among, I don't know, people under 50?
I think there would be broad support for that.
Really?
I do, actually, yes.
I hope someone will say that. And
someone needs to.
I hope someone arrests them, like, right away.
Yeah. That was actually
seizes their assets and puts them in prison.
Yeah.
Seizes their bodies and puts them in jail. Yeah, I mean.
The owners of that, people who are, I mean, talk about human trafficking.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I thought we were against human trafficking.
Yeah. Well,
so but you think that young people, because you always think of young people as so liberal.
We need to arrest the owners of porn websites. Arrest them immediately. Put them in jail. Giving permission.
But like, no. They wouldn't think that was crazy?
No, I think especially among young men, they know it's a problem. It's ruining their lives. And they know it.
So what are the other factors that prevent... I'm sorry I called you gay, by the way. But I'm...
I've listened to this several times now, and that still hits. And Nick's face.
And they know it.
So what are the other factors that prevent... I'm sorry I called you gay, by the way. But...
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm always, I think I'm just too old or something. I'm like, why is anyone married? You tell me, why aren't people married?
Well, I mean, honestly, it's the women. The women are extremely liberal. No one talks about that. Increasingly they do, especially after the last election. There's a 45-point difference between men and women. The men are extremely conservative, increasingly. The women are extremely liberal.
What are they liberal on? What issues? Like, what does that mean, liberal?
Oh, they're very feminist.
Like, actually?
Extremely feminist, yes.
They don't believe that, do they?
I think they do.
Really?
Absolutely,
yes.
How
do you believe that? That gender roles are a construct, that none of this is inborn? Like, you'd have to be an idiot to think that.
They like the idea of it. They like because, of course, I think all women naturally want strong men.
Of course, obviously.
They naturally want a Chad. You know, they want like a tall, buff guy. But I think they like the idea of none of them want to work either. None of them actually want to work.
No, that's what I'm saying. Of course. That's
right.
It's obviously true. It's always been true. Work outside the home.
Right.
They don't have enough work at home. There's a lot to do. But no, I completely agree. So that's why.
Yes, Mr. Sue. Through this next section here, his inexperience with women truly shines. Very much so. Now, I'm probably not going to be as hard on him as you may think I'm going to be. Because I do think that he is, he's giving voice to a legitimate perspective. He is there as he's speaking for his generation, and this is well. Let me keep playing it.
I question like they're feminists in what sense?
Yes. And, they like these vague appeals to equality. We want a chance to work and we want respect. And, ultimately, I think the whole political system is just based around women never being accountable for any of their choices. Ultimately, that seems to be that's what abortion is.
Yeah, of course.
Because 99% of abortions are elective. So they say it's an unplanned pregnancy. You had sex out of wedlock with someone you didn't intend to have kids with. So now we have to kill the kids in the womb. And, these no-fault divorce laws. These women get married to guys maybe they never intend to stay with. And then when they're out, they're done. And they want child support and they want half the stuff. And I think a lot of men are looking at women and they're very liberal. They're overweight. They have a very high estimation of themselves. I think that people call it hoflation.
Hoflation?
Yes, they're.
I'm so glad I get to live in the timeline where Nick Fuentes gets to define hoflation to Tucker Carlson on camera.
Their sense of their own looks and sexual value is very inflated. And so a lot of people are looking at these like frumpy, obnoxious, loudmouth, liberal women who are also very promiscuous and saying this is not actually appealing at all. And I don't want to start a family with a person
Sounds
like
awful.
this. Yeah, it is.
But if you believe in the patriarchy, as I fervently do, because it's just reality, we didn't choose the system. We were born into a system that is part of nature, can't get out of it. So if you believe that that's true, which it is, then you think that men should lead. And if it's going to be better, men should make it better because that's their job.
Right.
So you don't want to give them a pass, do you? I'd be like, it's all the girls suck. So
I don't.
And here's the well, there's a pause screen. Here is the thing that is really difficult, I think, for people to parse. Is that they kind of go back and forth on this. Do you hold men responsible for this? Do you hold the women responsible for it? And here's the thing. You can't hold women responsible for this. By definition, they cannot be held responsible. If you think women are going to be held responsible for something like this, if they're the ones who are going to be responsible for changing things, you don't understand women. The women do not change the system. The women are given permission to provide the cover for the changing of the system by men. This is fundamental to the nature of men and women. So if the system has gone bad, as evidenced by the women going bad, because when the women go bad, this is like your check engine light on your society. When the women are acting up, when the women are out of pocket, that means your check engine light is on. You can't expect the car to fix the check engine light. You have to fix the check engine light. Yeah, women follow the authority. So by definition, if the women are degenerate and promiscuous and not being held accountable, well, the women are not the ones who are going to hold themselves accountable. This is the role of men with respect to women, is to hold them accountable. So if the women are not being held accountable, this is it's a truism that if the system is constructed so that women are never held accountable for their actions, that was something done by men. I'm not making the case for this. I'm describing a scientific reality. I'm not trying to persuade. I'm simply declaring to you what is true. So it is going to fall to the men. The men are going to have to fix it. Because the women are simply not, that is not what they're wired for. That's not what they exist for. And you would not want to live in a system where it had gone degenerate, where women are not being held accountable, and then the women were empowered to hold themselves accountable and fix it. It would be a dysfunctional civilization. It's disordered by definition. The women will fill the vessel. It's up to the men to provide the vessel. And if the vessel is dysfunctional, only the men can fix it. That's why the women say, fix it.
I don't even blame it on the women because I think that it's the incentive structures. Women are allowed to do this by the legal system, by kind of social norms.
Yep.
Technology is a big part of it. The attention that is available to women. Women go on Instagram and they get attention from thousands of men. So it's the incentives. But I would say that, because I hear this all the time, people say, well, the men need to step up and be better and lead the women. Easier said than done.
Yeah, it is. It is easier said than done. Very, very true. It's not an easy thing to do, but it is what men were made for. That is men being true to their own nature.
Of course, I agree with that.
They're at war with the system, and not even just the system, but also society. Because let's say you find one of these so-called good girls who's Christian and traditional, but through osmosis, wherever you go, she's going to be in society. She's going to be on TikTok. She's going to be on Instagram. She's going to be talking to other women. And maybe she's one way when you meet and get married, but 10 years down the road, 15 years, 20 years down the road, people change. And I think that women, as kind of the ultimate conformists, the ultimate enforcers of like social norms, I think eventually the pressure from society kind of gets to them. And a lot of them will go in a different direction.
Depends what kind of husbands they have.
Yeah, that's exactly it. What kind of husbands do they have? Having a husband, first and foremost, will change the women. They are biologically wired that they will change when they get married. Now, the question is, what will they change to? And that will depend upon the man.
I mean, if there's real leadership at home, I don't know a single happily married woman who's liberal. Not one. I know a lot of married women. I mean, I'm 56. All the women I know are married.
Mm-hmm.
And every happily married woman is non-liberal.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even imagine. There's no category for happily married, middle-aged liberal woman. There hasn't never been one.
Right.
So, like, maybe the job is to, make a girl happy and, like, all this nonsense ends.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that could...
This is, and I think Tucker's a little sloppy with this, particularly given the frame of this conversation and who he's talking to. If it's to say make your woman happy and all of this ends, it just begs the question of what will make them happy. And now you're going to argue over what makes them happy. Well, are they going to be happy if you simp for them and you do the what the wife guy meme is directed at? I identify as a wife guy, but I understand when people talk about the wife guy, they're talking about the guy who just lays down and pines after his wife and is not holding frame. So if it's just make your wife happy, sounds like just give her whatever she wants. Just like satisfy her whims and just let her have her head, let her lead the family. That's not what a woman actually wants. A woman does not want to lead the family. She will if she senses that the husband or the man in charge is not leading the family. She will step in and she will do that. But she should not have to. If she does do that, then it's because the man has fallen short. And this is not a for different women, this is going to mean different things. So making a woman happy is not like a Hallmark card thing where it's like, you just like give her the warm fuzzies and all of that. That plays a role. But making a woman happy means making her feel secure and desired. Giving her a home, a place to nest, giving her children, making her feel desired and making her feel secure and safe. That's going to mean different things for different women because some women are going to want more security, relatively speaking, than others. And what they mean, what defines security for them is going to be different. But from a 50,000-foot view, you can create these categories and you can talk within them. So making a woman happy is not like, whatever slop Instagram thing, in women's empowerment thing, which is kind of when he says, "Well, just make your wife happy and that'll fix things." That doesn't really hit it very well for the audience, I think. Making a woman happy is giving her the things that she wants, even if she may not be able to articulate that herself. Giving her the things she needs.
Be a bottomless pit too, because the one critique I have of the men is, and you're right about this, they enable this behavior.
Well, that's for sure.
It's epidemic of simps who, and especially with Christians, I've noticed this. This is why Andrew Tate has so much appeal, and the Christians are kind of losing this conversation. Andrew Tate's a Muslim polygamist who is very chauvinistic, and you could even argue it as someone who has ran an OnlyFans site himself, like is not an observer, let's say, of Christian sexual morality.
No.
But men are going with him because he's putting women in their place. He's talking about patriarchy and women's place in a society like that. Whereas Christian men, Catholics, Protestants alike, are both kind of tone policing the men. And they worship their wives. They worship the women, put them on a pedestal. Yep. And they kind of get bossed around. They get henpecked by the women.
I think we're required to love our wives.
So here Tucker they're both kind of talking past each other a little bit, and I think they sincerely are talking past each other in this. Tucker recognizes here that Nick is engaging in this in good faith, but he's also speaking from a place of relative inexperience. And Tucker, of course, has tremendous experience here. So he's sort of kind of cutting straight to he's not really kind of compressed time, and he's not really following the chain of logic. He's kind of jolting it. So, he says, what was the last thing he said here?
They worship their wives. They worship the women, put them on a pedestal. And they, they kind of get bossed around. They get henpecked by the women.
I think we're required to love our wives.
So worshiping and loving, they're two different frames that are sort of being played about here. What Nick is describing is actually the thing that if men treat women this way, it actually disgusts the women. The women may on the surface level, they may have been conditioned to think that they want that. But when you simp after a woman, you will disgust her. She doesn't want that. She wants to be desired. She wants to be pursued, but she doesn't want to be simped for. This is separate and distinct from loving.
Like that's, all over the New Testament. Husbands love your wives, wives respect your husbands. That seems like a very natural balance to me.
Yeah, and I think that you have to love your wife as your wife.
Yeah.
A lot of men...
As opposed to what? Your mom?
Well, no, like your buddy.
No.
Because I hear this all the time, and I hate this. Guys will say, I married my best friend. And I think, she's your wife. She's not your best friend. Because there's a difference.
What is the difference?
I think that when you talk about your best friend, you're a peer. You're an equal. And I think your best friendships are with other men. And I think that your wife ultimately is subordinate to you. She's your helpmate.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, as the man in the marriage and as the father, you have authority, the final say over the household.
Well,
now, here's the thing. Subordinate in terms of authority does not mean subordinate in terms of value. It's actually the other way around. Subordinate in terms of authority means if you are someone who is in a position of authority, you're an authority figure, and others are subordinate to your authority, that means you have a higher standard of sacrifice. That you are obligated to protect the people under your authority. So wives are told to respect their husbands. Husbands are told to die for their wives. So the reason that the man is placed in authority over the woman is, number one, that's how women are wired. Women do not want to be in a position of authority. They find themselves there, they get uncomfortable. This is a brainstem thing. They may not even be able to verbalize this or completely recognize it. They may have the words going through their head that no, I'm a strong and independent woman and powerful and everything, but they're going to be super insecure because it's not a natural position for a woman to be in. Women are wired to be subordinate to men from an authority perspective. So the husband's responsibility is to exercise that authority over his wife. And how does he do that? He does that by loving her. He does that by desiring her. He does that by protecting her, by providing her with security, by giving her a home, by putting babies in her. This is respecting her nature, respecting her for what she was created to be. Creating the frame within which she can become the most fulfilled version of herself. Maximizing her own nature, becoming a more perfect human through that interaction. He is an icon of Christ to her. And then her responsibility is to permit that to happen. Submit herself to him. Trust him. Follow him. Support him. And sometimes that means being the check engine light. I've used this analogy before that women are like the debug code. They're naturally the more, because security is such a high, they place such a high premium on security, they're constantly on the lookout for risk points. You put them into a room and they're going to find the flaw. They're going to find you give them the vessel and they're going to find the little nick or the little inconsistency in it. Oh, this might be a weak spot here. Hey, you the one who provides security and safety, risk thing here. Danger, Will Robinson. Then you as a man, your responsibility is to assess that. Is this actually dangerous? You have to do the triage work. She provides you the alert, hey, danger here. Now your job is to exercise your God-given wisdom as a man to determine, triage here, what's the biggest risk? Men are more comfortable with risk because our job is to be embedded into it. We need to be keenly attuned to the risk. The woman's going to notice it. We have to know it.
And she can give advice. It's not to say I'm not a freak where you say, shut up, woman. I mean, of course, you discussed it.
There's another drop.
Can give advice. It's not to say I'm not a freak where you say, shut up, woman. I mean, of course, you discuss things with your wife and your wife gives input, but the authority rests with the man.
Of course. But God set up this kind of amazing system where men are physically stronger.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, of course, you could make your wife do whatever you wanted. You're bigger than she is.
Right.
Shut up! He also instilled in men this desire to please your wife. Like, that's a very natural system where men are physically stronger.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, of course, you could make your wife do whatever you wanted. You're bigger than she is.
Right.
But
my wife says some act like this very specific talent is a design flaw. And no, it is a feature, not a bug. But here's the thing. As a man, it can be incredibly exasperating. You know, if you're driving around in a car and the check engine light keeps coming on, it's going to stress you out. It's going to piss you off. Got this fucking car, fucking check engine light keeps coming. Ugh! Well, that means you have a job. You have a job to do. Be better. That's right, she says. You have to be better. You need a better car. You need to fix your car. Do not replace your car. You need to fix your car. If the check engine light keeps coming on, you have not done the proper maintenance work with it. I knew replace your car was coming. You need to do the proper maintenance job. Fix it. The women start lighting up. When a woman is acting out, that's her way of saying fix it. And your job is to read the code. You need your code reader to be able to say, all right, here's the this particular code is going off because of this. We got to trace it back to the source. What's causing this? What's causing this problem? Why is the check engine light coming on? Recalibrate the sensors in the car. Sometimes they need a good recalibration. And it just so happens that's what produces life. When you recalibrate them. Is that opaque enough? Yes, the henpecking nature for a woman, if she's to the point where she's henpecking, something went wrong. Because henpecking is a distortion of her true nature. Her true nature is to say, hey, something's wrong. Hey, there's a problem here. Hey, something needs to be fixed. This is what help meet is. I am here as a mirror for you. Because ultimately the thing that needs to be fixed is you. So if you don't like what you see when you look at a woman, you're looking in a mirror. She's reflecting yourself back to you. To give you the chance to fix yourself. Imagine, you're walking around with a booger on your face and you never look in a mirror and you don't realize there's a booger there. Wouldn't it be nice to have someone to say, hey, you've got a booger on your face? The henpecking is when a woman has been in an environment where her needs are not being met. She does not have a proper authority figure who is providing accountability for her. So she escalates to the level of henpecking. So when a woman is henpecking, that's an indicator that a man failed her. Maybe it was her father, maybe it was her brothers, maybe it was her pastor, maybe it was her husband, maybe it was her boyfriends. She veered off the path because she didn't have someone there to keep her on the straight and narrow, to set her right. And so she henpecks.
He also instilled in men this desire to please your wife. Like, that's a very natural thing. You want your wife to be happy.
Absolutely.
And the whole happy wife, happy life thing is completely real. It's like you can't get away from it. It's not, like all of these things, it's not a choice. It's the biological reality that you live with, that you were born with. Like, you want your wife to be happy. And if she's unhappy, you're unhappy. Mm-hmm. To a much greater extent than vice versa, right?
Yeah.
I think men care about their wives being happy much more than wives care about their husbands being happy.
Yes.
I have noticed. And that's
and that's another thing. Like, the woman's job is not to make the husband happy. She shouldn't have to care about a husband being happy. Your responsibility as a man, your responsibility is to make yourself happy. She shouldn't make you unhappy. But your responsibility is to make her happy. When you make her happy, you will be happy. Happy wife, happy life is when your wife is happy, you are happy. So if you want to be happy, make your wife happy. Which comes back to the previous point that what does it mean for a wife to be happy? This doesn't mean you have to be a simping, subservient squish, because that actually won't make her happy. If you want to be happy as a husband, you need to make your wife happy. How do you make her happy? You provide her with security. You make her feel desired. You give her children. And you give her somewhere to nest, somewhere that is her own, that she can put her own imprint on, that she can mold and fashion herself.
Compensation for their lack of physical power. That's my view of it. And that's why it is this kind of perfect balance. But somebody needs to be the final decision maker. I completely agree. And when you give up that, when you abrogate that, there's no respect, there's unhappiness, and there's infidelity.
Yeah. Right. Well, that's the ingredient that's missing. The way I would put it very succinctly is men right now are the responsible party, but have no authority. And that doesn't work.
No, it doesn't.
You know, if the buck stops with you and you're to blame and you're the responsible one, then you also need to be able to have the final say and call the shots. And one without the other doesn't work. And I think
that's really smart and absolutely right.
Forever Book says sometimes she doesn't know how to be happy. Sometimes her happy is retarded and unrealistic. This is exactly what I'm speaking to. What she thinks will make her happy may not necessarily. This is why I'm saying the word happy in this context doesn't really work well. I'm working with it because this is what they said. But it just begs more questions when you say happy. Because someone happy may be like, I have lots of guys who are fawning over me all the time, and I get to go out and go shopping and run up the husband's credit card, and it could be this really materialistic, surface level happy. Or are we talking about actual virtuous happiness where she is satisfied? Where she is content. Women are at war with being content. They want to be content, and they are perpetually aware of everything around them that could disrupt that contentment. And this is it's not like you're going to reach a point where you just plateau. Oh, great. Okay, perfect. We're all happy and content now. No. Never underestimate a woman's ability to figure out a reason to not be content. And I'm not saying this is not a bug. This is the way they are designed. So that you never relax. You never fall back. Rest on your laurels. It will always keep you on your toes. Always refining you and making you better. Now they can err on the side. I'm not saying women are either that women are just helpless victims of their own nature or that they bear no responsibility. Their responsibility is to be a woman, to be a proper woman. And they need to have their own environments and their own women models that they can maximize that themselves. But I'm talking in the interpersonal relationship between a man and woman, particularly a husband and a wife. The fact that they are never content is the thing that will perpetually drive you forward. Because this is the threat avoidance system for them. If I'm content, who knows what's hiding around that corner? Maybe the barbarians are just over that hill and they're going to come swarming in. So you need to always be on your guard, ensuring that your family is protected and provided for. And if she gets used to the fact that she pursues contentment, you supply contentment, you supply the things that breed the contentment, and then something else comes up, and then you capably respond to that, and then something else comes up, and you capably respond to that, and something else comes up, and you capably respond to that, and you develop this muscle memory, then it can kind of become a game. She's kind of like, well, how far can I push you? How much can you accomplish? Just how good are you? And as a man, that is the best possible setting that you can find yourself in, where you're being constantly pressed and challenged and encouraged to be better. And if you recoil against that, that is the voice of weakness in your head. That is the voice of resentment and contempt and weakness and softness. Oh, no, you should be able to just kind of relax and chill. No, it's not fair that you keep getting pushed to your limits. No, you got to embrace that shit. Men and women are different. They are not equal. Men must constantly be pushed to their limits. If you want to be maximizing your own potential as a man, you need to constantly be pushing your limits. And if you're not pushing your limits yourself, then thank God that he provided us someone in our lives to constantly push us up against our limits. Yes, Superior B, you also have to be able to tell her she's out of line, but have to make sure she understands why. And they want that. Women want to know when they're out of line. They may not enjoy the experience necessarily, but it will scratch an itch for them. Okay, someone else knows where the line is, and they'll keep track of that for me. So I can focus on these things here. I don't need to be constantly paranoid about really bad thing coming around the corner. Someone's taking care of that for me. The night watch is out there. The men are on the walls watching for the barbarians, and I can focus on the children or the home or the decorations or whatever it is. The men are the ones who provide the boundaries. But if you do not capably provide those boundaries, you will get eaten the fuck up.
Right. I do think I just noticed this, that men who stay unmarried for too long become like kind of fragile. There's something about the give and take. There's something about living with, in fact, I think it's the key to life, someone you don't fully understand, that broadens you, that keeps you always thinking.
Florida Girl says, thanks for the reminder. I need to check all my doors. There's a thing that Eastwood and I used to do, and this is a reminder to me that I need to be more proactive about making sure I do this every night. We called a family check. We would go around at night before we go to sleep, and we go check all the doors and windows and make sure everything's locked and secured before we went up to go to bed. And I haven't done it with them in a while, and I need to get back to doing that.
That makes you wiser, more patient, more thoughtful, more self-aware, and more flexible. And those are all good qualities. And the absence of that, like in homosexuality or like men who are single too long, they get very rigid. Have you ever noticed this? Like, I like things the way I like them, and they just get like, no.
Oh, yeah. I certainly get what you mean by that.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Sorry, men who are single.
I was reading you guys in the chat, and I didn't follow what they said here.
Fragile. Stay unmarried for too long. And absolutely right. I do think I just noticed this, that men who stay unmarried for too long become like kind of fragile.
Nick took that one straight to the forehead, and it was directed that way. Here's where Tucker is in full-blown dad mode. He is like, while I have you here, I'm going to give you some words of wisdom. And this is 100% true.
There's something about the give and take. There's something about living with, in fact, I think it's the key to life, someone you don't fully understand.
Yep.
That broadens you, that keeps you always thinking, that makes you wiser, more patient, more thoughtful, more self-aware, and more flexible. And those are all good qualities. And the absence of that, like in homosexuality or like men who are single too long, they get very rigid. Have you ever noticed?
Gay keeps coming up.
What's this? Like, I like things the way I like them, and they just get like, no.
Oh, yeah. I certainly get what you mean by that.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Yeah. I would say that when you say you don't fully understand women, to me, I feel like women are very simple in terms of...
Have you ever lived with one?
No, I haven't lived with them, but...
That might be the line of the entire interview, especially the little smirk playing at the corners of Tucker's mouth. Look at this.
Women, to me, I feel like women are very simple in terms of...
Have you ever lived with one?
No.
Tucker, have you ever lived with one? In a sense, women actually are very simple. They are. Like it's very clear to me. That doesn't mean they're easy. They are simple. They are not easy. So just because you feel like you have like a rational understanding of them, doesn't mean that you're gonna like. This is this is a learn from experience sort of thing. You could read all the textbooks in the world you want describing the psychology of a woman, and you could break it down to the most fundamental principles, but that's not going to do anything for you. You gotta know them.
I haven't lived with them, but I mean, and don't get me wrong, maybe it's difficult, but I feel like they're pretty simple.
We're all pretty simple. I mean, no one's more simple than I am, but we're all pretty simple. But what I mean is like,
yeah, forever book. That's if you wanted to put it down to a sentence, keep them warm and give them snacks. Yeah.
On a day-to-day, on the level of experience, like you don't always understand what they're saying because it's never about what they say it's about.
Yeah.
Right.
And men are just tend to be kind of dog-like in their straightforwardness. I'm hungry, I'm horny, whatever it is.
I disagree. I feel like men are complicated. I feel like women are like, I'm hungry, I'm horny. I feel like men are very complicated.
Really?
You know what's funny here is that I think both of them are right. And that's one of the great joys of all of this, is that really both of them are right. But the way that men are simple in their I'm hungry, I'm horny is different from the way that women are simple in their I'm hungry, I'm horny. And if you try to treat a man like a woman, you say, oh, she's hungry and horny. Well, let me provide for her hungriness and horniness the way that a man would want to be provided for. You're not going to hit the spot. And just the same with a woman doing it for a man. It's not right. Men are not women and women are not men.
How?
Because men are masters of the universe. Women are the universe,
That's a line right there. Men are masters of the universe. Women are the universe. That's it right there.
That's what Spengler says about them.
Oh, Spengler reference.
So I think that men have like a deep connection to things like math and space, and they want to conquer the world.
Of course.
And, things like this. And women, I feel like, are actually very primal and instinctual.
Yeah.
Yes.
They
much
want security.
earthier.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Sonic.
That's why it's Mother Earth. That's why it's Mother Nature. The woman is the earthy one. She is the grounded one. You can think of this in very literal terms. When you plant a seed, you have the spread out earth, and you push the seed down inside. And the earth takes the seed in and cultivates it, and then produces life from it.
They're of the
100%. Never embarrassed by bodily functions. Men are so squeamish.
Yes.
Women are not at all. They give birth. No, that is absolutely true. But I mean, in the way that women present their concerns, there's almost always something that's not being fully expressed. Like, I got mad at you last night because I was pissed about something last year. That's not a male thing to do. You can't remember what happened last year.
Right.
Right. And so, but anyway, but whatever the point, men and women talk past each other constantly. They don't always know what the other one is saying. And that frustration actually gives way to like great beauty over time, I would say.
I don't know. I personally find women very frustrating when they are not expressing. And I just
that's the beauty of it.
Yes. That's if you get stuck on that. If you get stuck on women are frustrating, you're missing the point. Yes, women are frustrating. They will always be frustrating. You will be frustrated by women every single day of your life. That's how it is. And it's beautiful. It's wonderful. It is wonderful to be frustrated by women. This is the glory of living as a human being, as a man. You will be frustrated by women. But don't stop there. Oh, women are frustrating, therefore I'm not going to marry one. No. Women are frustrating, that's why you marry one. Because you will be stuck at a lower level of development until you do.
I see, the way I look at it is like when you look at your favorite TV shows,
right?
The Sopranos, Breaking Bad, it's like the wife is the villain. Because it's like the main character, if the wife could just get out of the way, would be running the show. And that's kind of how I feel like Ayn Rand, I agree with her about this. She said that the wife's role is like hero worship.
This is interesting. This was a part where I was like, oh, come on, Nick. But the movies. Oh, but the movie says...
How I feel like Ayn Rand, I agree with her about this. She said that the wife's role is like hero worship. The guy is the hero. The guy is supposed to be the entrepreneur, the conqueror, whatever. And the woman is really supposed to support the man's goals and be in his world. And
that's the last thing successful men need is more power worship. More.
Now, this is another thing. This is very interesting because both of these are true. Both of the things that they're saying are actually true in a certain sense. There is there are ditches on both sides here. So the man, when Christ commands women to respect men, You could take that as to like you could kind of characterize that as hero worship in a sense. Like men want to be seen as great by women, especially your wife. You want to be seen by your wife as great, as accomplished, as capable, as competent. Being told by your wife that you are incredible, that you do incredible things, that you're amazing, that you make her life perfect. She could just be going through the motions and it's still going to hit for a man. Oh yeah, give me more of that, baby. But at the same time, what Tucker is saying here, as a man, being glorified and having your ego constantly puffed up and blown up, no, you got to get cut down too. You need that knocked down.
More hero worship, more, you're so great. Well, you get that at work. You don't want that at home. You become an unbearable asshole. And then you fall prey to what destroys every successful man, which is hubris. Like you mistake yourself for God.
Yeah.
You need someone who's not interested in what you do at all, only interested in you. And that's how you become balanced and wise. That's how you know your own limits. Because the ass kissing is what kills you. It's not, I mean, you had someone come to murder you at home. It doesn't seem to have affected you that much.
And if I were married, dude, she would never let me hear the end of it.
Well, that's probably true, but that's not what destroys men. It's not adversity that destroys men. It's comfort and flattery that destroys men.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. Yes. Both of these are true. Without adversity, men will crumble and fall apart. And also, men want to hear from their women that they are respected. And sometimes the way that a woman respects a man is by providing adversity for him. Because in a certain sense, if you're providing adversity to a man, as a woman, you're saying, I think you can overcome this. You're the one that I'm going to bring the problems to because you're the one that I trust and respect to solve the problem. And with you as a man, if you take that as, oh, why are you just bringing me all your problems? You're not going to make her happy. She's bringing the problems to you because you're the one whose job it is to solve the problems. This is why you're in her life. This is why she married you. She married you to solve the problems. But you can't go overboard with it. If all you do as a woman is just bring problems constantly, that's the henpecking. And you can take this both ways. So if you're like you're a marriage counselor or something, to the woman, you need to be aware of this fact. If you're falling into this trap where you're just constantly doing nothing but bringing problems constantly all the time, over and over and over again, you need to stop that. If you're the man and your woman is constantly bringing you problems over and over and over again, something is out of whack. And you as the man, as the authority, as the head of the household, need to figure out what that is, and you need to fix it.
That's what happened to King David. It's what happens to them all.
Yeah.
You're so great. You can never go wrong.
I just feel like we have
says you're in luck. This is a good Superior Beast. Says sometimes the wife needs a tune-up and the husband needs an oil change. Yes, exactly. Ninja Space says Matt ranting like Mrs. Kingpilled is walking in and out of the room. And she's barely out of view right there. She's standing there with an axe held above my head, and I got to get it right.
I don't feel like we have an abundance of affection from women.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, in terms of where the pendulum is at, I feel like the women are very unloving to the men. That's why, like, they don't cook. Because that's, like, the best way to express a love for a man. I said this on my show the other night. I'm like, the most beautiful words a woman could say is, like, I made you dinner. I made you cookies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because that is like an act of love. And I think that, speaking as maybe from a different generation, the way that men feel now is like, women are not really providing too much. They expect so much from the men. They want the man to be rich and provide.
Yeah.
They want the man to be fit and a real leader and a real man. They also want to split the chores with the man. They want the man to do half the laundry and half the dishes and things like that. And it's like, so what do you do all day? You're on TikTok, you're like doom scrolling and eating Cheetos. Like what actually are you providing in the relationship? So I just feel like in terms of the deficit, it's like women are very emboldened. They're too, I think, assertive, always giving their opinions, always critiquing, always, I think that they're very bold right now. And I think, and sarcastic, I think that's a big reason why they're not very attractive.
I get it.
Yeah. This is another great pause screen. My wife says, your wife can tell you look great, but have you ever tried creating a podcast so other men can send you $100 to tell you you're looking big, king? Yeah. Speaking of, let me get these super chats that have come in. Oh man, oh geez, it just updated. I thought there was just a couple here, but there's actually a few. Here we go.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Memoritzer. Processor, Hypotheist. The first 3 Stages of the Mentat. Any one of them would be useful, each more useful than the last. Generalist, Simulationist, Advisor. Reintegrating the social sense, allowing biases a proper place.
Okay, so there's pronunciation issues there. So memorizer, processor, and hypothesist. The first 3 stages of the mentat. Any one of them would be useful, each more useful than the last. Generalist, simulationist, advisor. Reintegrating the social sense, allowing biases a proper place. And then, from, I believe this is probably from the same person. I think all these are.
Back, baby! The white man is back!
Stalin just restarted the Proces SS started under Tsar Nicholas II. The revolution really messed up the industrialization of Russia. It was a workers' revolution after all, and they didn't want to work too hard. Stalin was good as against the Trotskyists.
So Stalin just restarted the processes started under Tsar Nicholas II. That would be Tsar Saint Nicholas II. The revolution really messed up the industrialization of Russia. It was a workers' revolution after all, and they didn't want to work too hard. Stalin was good against the Trotskyist. And this is from, this is who I think it is. It's one of our resident reformed tankies. So take that as being from that source. Another one.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
I have started to like ranch with my vegetables. But I do not need it. I blame the American people for this.
Total ranch dominance. And then the last one here.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Women may be the check engine light. You reserve the right to tape over the dash and ignore it until I feel it necessary. Fix it. Sure, when it's actually important.
Yeah, there you go. You got to triage it. Okay, so thank you for the tips, my friend. I see you sounding off in the chat as well. Some of you guys may have figured out who that is. Some of you guys may know. If you're in the King Pill Discord, you'll know. Yeah, Rob P2 says, caught up. Nick articulating red pill arguments to Tucker as almost a father figure induces a cringe factor, but he's not wrong and neither is Tucker. It's just interesting to watch. Yeah, that's exactly what I took away from this. Like, they're both right. They're both right, and they're presenting different generational perspectives. And both of them need the other. Because the perspective that Nick is bringing to bear here is a legitimate, valid perspective that a lot of young men have. I tend to err on the side of the men are the ones who need to fix this, because you can go back and forth and round and round in circles, but the buck has to stop somewhere. And the men are the ones who've been granted by God. They have the God-given authority to be the ones with whom the buck stops. This is a source of power for men. So when I say the men are the ones who have to stop the whole round and round thing, they're the ones who have to take the responsibility upon themselves and not just sit and complain that the women are fucked up. This is a message of empowerment to the men. No, you don't have to wait for somebody else to fix this for you. You start fixing it yourself. This is what you were made for. You were made to be the one who solves problems. And the more you solve problems, the more problems you're going to encounter, and your ability to problem solve is going to get better and better and better. And when you are properly aligned with a woman, she's going to bring you the problems for you to solve so that she can bring you bigger problems so you can solve those. So she can bring you bigger problems so you can solve those. He talks about the movies, the TV shows. Oh, if the woman would just get out of the way. Properly framed, the man, you have the king and then you have the queen. What does the queen do? The queen is out listening to the people. She's going in the streets and meeting with them and reporting back to her husband. Hey, here's the state of things. Here's where the people are. And he can consult with her. What do you think I should do in this particular thing? How would the people take it if I did this or this or this or this? She's his eyes and ears that goes around and brings, hey, there's this rebellion that's cropping up over here. This is something you need to address right away. She might have her feminine intuition, the wily feminine nature that says, uh-oh, problem over here, check engine light. Here's where you need to focus your attention and fix it. Now, that doesn't mean that he just needs to slavishly do whatever she tells him, because ultimately, he is the ultimate responsible one. He is the one who will answer before God. So he has to triage it. Okay, is this actually the biggest risk, or is it this other thing over here? Or if this is the biggest risk, if this is the problem that needs to be solved, is there actually other problems leading up to that need to be solved first? This is when a man is in his element, when he is solving problems. And there ought to be a reward system there. In a healthy marriage, there is a reward incentive structure where he solves problems and he gets the reward from her. I solve problem, I get reward. I solve problem, I get reward. I solve problem, I get reward. And this is mutually beneficial to her. It is, I bring problem, I get reward. I bring problem, I get reward. I bring problem, I get reward. And when properly arranged together, this literally produces life. This is the source of life. But if it's disordered, it has to be restored by someone. And because the man is the one granted authority, he is the one most capable of that restoration, that reordering. This goes for the masculine and feminine archetypes as well. Sometimes men occupy the feminine role. A man, with respect to a man who's in authority above him, occupies a more feminine role with respect to him. The church is the bride of Christ. The church, with respect to Christ, is feminine. We have a feminine role with respect to Christ. The layman has a feminine role with respect to the priest. The priest has the masculine role with respect to the layman. The priest has a feminine role with respect to the bishop. So this archetype extends beyond just the sexes, strictly speaking. And it basically, this is the baseline structure of all reality, is the interplay between the masculine and the feminine like this. So yes, I tend to err on the side of telling the men, you gotta buck the fuck up and you gotta fix it. The men have to fix it, because the women aren't going to. The women are not capable of fixing it. And it's funny because I say that, and it's like the men are going to say, oh, you're just letting them off the hook. And the women are going to be like, hey, what the fuck? What do you mean I can't fix it? I'm a strong and independent woman. I can fix anything. You know, so am I being a misogynist here? Or am I being a misandrist? Your mileage may vary. But if the buck is going to have to stop with someone, then it might as well stop with the man. Because if the man begins filling that proper role, the woman will fall in line. Because women follow power. And if you are, as a man, if you are properly filling your role as a man, if you are establishing and holding the frame, if you are taking responsibility yourself, you are accumulating power to yourself. And even subconsciously, she will begin to follow you.
All I would say is that in a happy marriage, all of that goes away. There's no arguing about who does what. People fall seamlessly into the roles they were born into. They acknowledge those. They're not insecure about it at all. They express love in a whole bunch of different ways by serving each other. It's like super easy. And all of that, obnoxious, entitled, you don't make enough money, all that crap just disappears. Mm-hmm. Anyway, that's been my experience. So last question, where is all of this going in this country? Like, well, where are we in 5 years?
Not anywhere good. I'm really concerned. And
let me just get this other tip that just came in. Again, here's some inside baseball. If you do not join the King Pill Discord and you only participate in the chat, then you're missing half the story. If you like the chat here, if you like the live chat, you will enjoy the King Pill Discord, because the King Pill Discord is like the ASTROLABE live chat, except it goes 24/7, more or less. You know, we cover a lot of the time zones, but there's some that it gets a little slow in the wee hours of the morning. Join the fucking Discord, says it's Damn It Jeremy. That's right. Join the fucking Discord. It is we are creating a place where you can get in proximity with patriots, and a place where you can get the signal. Generally speaking, you can get the signal out of the noise. It might be tiresome or whatever to try to go slog along with all the algorithm isn't tailored right, and it's sending you stuff you don't want to see, and you're like wading through a bunch of screeching libs or a bunch of slop or whatever the thing is. A bunch of guys are black pilling, and you're tired of seeing that. You're not going to see that in the King Pill Discord. You're not going to get a bunch of people dooming out and black pilling. You're not going to get a bunch of shit libbery, generally speaking. We have a few. The
white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
The best wife is the proper combination of maid, harem girl, and scheming court eunuch.
Yes, the best wife is the proper combination of maid, harem girl, and scheming court eunuch. Yes, that's I don't know how many women necessarily want to be that, but that is a very powerful. That is the when they say that the man is the head, but the woman is the neck that turns him. Like that's what it's getting at. The King Pill Discord though, like if you're complaining about the algorithm, if you feel like you don't have any people around you that you identify with, if you just want the community, you want the company, you want to be able to cut through the bullshit, the King Pill Discord is the place for that. Kingpill.com. Just go sign up. Give it a try for a month. More than welcome. You can sign up for a month. If you don't like it, you can cancel. No hard feelings. But I don't think that you'll regret it.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
I'm Hinz. 400 essay-length posts into, and that is why I am right and you cannot disagree with me, you fucking retard. What if I become the problem my wife wants to address? Quote, the city of London is fake and gay and Canadians are retarded.
It is Heinz. Catch up mentioned. Yeah, we may have to retire Daniel because this is getting terrible. He says, I'm Heinz. 400 essay-length posts ensue. And that is why I am right and you cannot disagree with me, you fucking retard. What if I become the problem my wife wants to address? QED, the city of London is fake and gay and Canadians are retarded. We love our catch-up boy. All right. Interesting. Mr. Sue says right here at the end, this is where Nick fails. I disagree. I actually, I think he was right on with a bunch of this.
I'm not one of these doomsday sayers. You know, there's a lot of people that forever, the sky's falling every day. But I really feel like the things that concern me the most, it's the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Seemed like we crossed a Rubicon there.
I agree with that.
Because he's just a conservative guy, relatively moderate, expressing his opinions. He's not the president. He's not a politician. And it wasn't just that he got shot. It was what happened afterward, which is that 100,000 liberals went on TikTok and celebrated. And that shows that how can you integrate or harmonize with people that hate you that much? They see some, and I understand that liberals thought he was a jerk. Like maybe he was a little rude or something like that. And he really wasn't. I mean, he was pretty patient as they come.
I just tried to fill in for him last week and immediately snapped at some kid and threatened to beat him up and went crazy. And I had said a prayer for patience, by the way. I still couldn't handle it. So, no, Charlie Kirk was a remarkably even-keeled, patient, decent man.
Yes. And yeah, so whatever their perception of him was, to see him get his face blown up in front of everybody like that, and the first reaction of someone in the crowd who was present, some guy with a beard jumps up and celebrates. Did you see this?
No.
Some liberal kid in the audience jumps up and says, all right.
I literally can't handle it. I'm so upset by it. I haven't looked at anything.
It's disgusting. And I saw that and said, yeah, like there's no putting the genie back in the lamp here. That was one. The other thing I'm really worried about is what's happening at these ICE detention centers, where it's happening not far from where I live in Broadview, Illinois, where they set up an ICE detention facility, and the administration is rounding these people up, which I support, but they're doing it in a very provocative way. They're broadcasting it. They're making hype edits on Twitter of like these raids on apartment complexes, which I think are very cool, but it's somewhat provocative. And Antifa showing up. In order to protect ICE, the administration's putting DHS. Well, now they're protesting the DHS presence, and the administration of the governor of Illinois and the mayor of Chicago are telling Chicago police, don't help ICE. And they're encouraging the protesters. And what I see there is like a level of tension that just keeps increasing.
Yes.
And there's leadership. There's civilian leadership on both sides. Like the governor and mayor who are Democrats won't back down versus a Republican president. There's a security division too, the police versus ICE, the police versus DHS. There's a constitutional question about the federal supremacy, and I see all the ingredients of like a low boil civil conflict, full blown civil war. And I'm not that guy, but I see all the ingredients there for that to happen. So I'm deeply concerned about where that will go.
How would you handle it if you were in charge?
I think he's exactly correct with all of this. I think what he says there is I mean, he's laying it out. You have this there's a lot of provocation happening on both sides, and the question is who's gonna Tom Luongo, where are my Luongooners at? Get some Luongos in the chat. Tom Luongo talks about the escalatory ladder. Who's driving who up the escalatory ladder, and who controls the escalatory ladder here? For a long time, it was the regime. The regime were the ones who decided when the escalation was going to happen and when it wasn't. Now, since Trump was reelected, the administration has been driving the majority of this, but this stuff is not like binary. There is always the opportunity that one side can escalate and the other side is forced into a reactive position. There's kind of a game of chicken being played here. And from the administration's perspective, they need to get a lot of ducks in a row before they can really substantially escalate it. However, they are also driving it. They are pushing it. With these hype edits, with the aggressive approach from ICE, they're pushing this escalatory ladder. They're daring the libs to come out because this is kind of the game that's happening on both sides. We are trying to draw the libs out into doing incriminating things that will justify our escalations. And on the flip side, the libs are trying to induce us into doing something that will flip public sentiment and make them look sympathetic. So there's kind of a game of chicken that's happening here, and there's the legitimate possibility of it totally blowing out of proportion all of a sudden.
If you're the president, what do you do
about where that will go?
How would you handle it if you were in charge? If you're the president, what do you do about that?
I think maybe this is controversial, but they have to crush the other side. They have to, because you can do one of two things. You cannot challenge the left and let them do their thing, or you can utterly confront them and defeat them and remove hope from the equation. If you resist, you will be arrested. Like, this is an insurrection. There's 10 million people here illegally. We're getting them out. You're rioting. You're going to jail too. Like, it has to be crushed. But if you do anything less than that, if you do in the middle, all you're doing is antagonizing and feeding the other side. And if they think there's a chance they can win, they will get bolder and stronger and they'll start to rally. And that's when it's sort of like people think it's close or like it's contentious. That's when it breathes. That's when oxygen is fed to this kind of fire. So if I were Trump, I would say screw 200 National Guard, like arrest the mayor of Chicago, like arrest the governor, shut it down, like make it clear, like Washington, bring in the troops and say the federal government is supreme. The immigration law is a law of the land. If you're not on board with that, you're going to jail. If you attack ICE or box them in with your car, you're going to jail for a long time. Anything less than that, you might as well just not even bark up that tree at all.
When I said that part of the purpose of this conversation was giving the administration permission to escalate, this was one of the things I was thinking of. Having both Nick and Tucker now, they've hashed out their differences. They've come to this bit of a not a peace, but kind of a de-escalation of hostilities mutually. They're bringing their coalitions together, and now Nick is not doing this like hysterically. He's very serious. If someone had never listened to, all of us have known who Nick Fuentes is for a decade at least, and have followed him and have seen the have seen everything that has made him into the character that he is today. But there are millions of people who are just encountering him now for the first time. Thank you. Détente was the word I was trying to think of. Thank you, Rob P. They're encountering him for the first time, and they're seeing, hold on a second, this guy who was supposed to be like utterly monstrous and deranged, and he's actually pretty reasonable. He was even talking about the dangers of porn and weed and alcohol, and he's a clean-cut kid. He's respectful. He's obviously very bright, very good communicator, very charismatic. This is turning Nick's spotlight on very, very fast. And so now he's being given the opportunity to make this appeal to the administration. We are going to provide the cover that you need to do this thing. The voices are growing. The narrative is escalating. We're going to go up the narrative escalatory ladder so that you can go up the actual implementation escalatory ladder.
Nick Fuentes, thank you very much.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you. Likewise.
We've got a new website we hope you will visit. It's called newcommissionnow.com, and it refers to a new 9/11.
I just wanted to play that because having that follow up, like him saying that, and then the Tucker music, and then 9/11. Now, this was from that segment we did right at the end there. Here's Asmongold. So here's how this works. Tucker brings Nick on, introduces him to not just introducing Nick, but introducing this new iteration of Nick to all these people. This let's see how many views does this have now.
Let me ask you.
3.8 million on YouTube. This has probably been viewed now by, I don't know, just the interview itself, not even the clips and everything, the reactions to it. This has been viewed by probably 30 million people, 25 or 30 million people. And then you get Asmongold. So between Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, and Asmongold, you've got, these are like three of the largest audiences in media right now. All coalescing around this specific message, and particularly for young men.
This is controversial, but they have to crush the other side.
That's right. Oh, that's right. 100% Absolutely.
Because you can do one of two things. You cannot challenge the left
That's
and
right.
let them do their thing.
And then they're going to just run you over, and eventually when they get power, they're going to crush you.
Or you can utterly confront them and defeat them. And
you destroy them completely. Destroy everything about them. Put the mayors in jail. Put the governors up on the Insurrection Act for sedition. Put all of the people that were doing the shit in front of the detention centers. Put them in mandatory prison labor camps. Any of them that are violent, authorize the police officers to respond with violence to them. Immediately, completely shut it down. Bring in the military if you need to. Bring in the National Guard. Do whatever you need to do. Look and find out who's funding this. Take those people, charge them with incitement for terrorism, put them in Guantanamo Bay. Like, I'm talking about scorched earth, Old Testament. Get them the fuck out. That's what I would do. Thank God. Super prison? Yeah. So basically the Republic is dead? No, the Republic is alive. An election was held, and the will of the people is being upheld.
Yes!
remove hope from the equation. If you resist, you will be arrested.
That's
like
right.
we're just this
exactly.
isn't
Yes, make it to where there is not even a possibility that you're going to get away with it.
Yep.
Insurrection. There's
hold up.
From the equation. If you resist, you will be arrested. Like we're just this is an insurrection.
That's right.
There's 10 million people here illegally. We're
Yep.
getting them out. You're rioting. You're going to jail too.
Done. Finished. Fuck them.
Like it has to be crushed.
Yep.
But if you do anything less
Exactly.
than that, if you do
authoritarianism, it's not authoritarianism. It's called the law.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to invent a new law. I'm saying we apply the existing laws to the people that are breaking them. That's it.
Yes. That is it. That is it exactly. Okay, I got another tip that came in here from Isaac.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
All that yapping is great and all, but I just got my first victory in the BF6 Battle Royale. Here's your cut of the spoils. Thanks for the great shows, Patriot.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Let's give you a Patriot.
Patriot.
And let's give you a...
I'm a white guy, and I'm ready to kill.
And a...
Salute.
And a... Thank you, man. Congratulations. I appreciate you. All right. Now, I have this here. The reaction from Nick, where he recaps the conversation. And then he goes into... I don't even know what to call it. Barnstorming. He starts laying out the vision for the future. And I was sitting here listening to this, or I went for a walk. It's actually cold now here. It's supposed to even maybe get down to like 39 tonight, but it was super windy all afternoon. It's nice and sunny, but super windy. It's 51 degrees outside right now. Holy crap. Dew point is way down. It's all dry, and it's supposed to get pretty cold tonight. I was out walking and listening to this, and I was getting a little hot under the collar. I was like, this is my politics. What he was describing was my politics. Now, I was going to sit here and play this whole thing, but it's getting on kind of late here. Viewership is starting to dwindle off as we get later. And so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to play part of it. I'm going to get this started, and we're going to extend this this Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson thing. This one's not really so much about Tucker. I've actually skipped the first part where he kind of recaps a few things. One thing he does mention is he says that he validated exactly what I said on the show yesterday, exactly what Jason and I were saying, which is that they'd had multiple conversations with each other, and then they sat down ahead of time and went through all the things that they were going to talk about. They had agreed on all of this ahead of time. Then he kind of sort of recaps it, talks about how they got connected and that sort of thing. It's an interesting first 20 minutes or so. So I'm skipping about the first 20 minutes of that. There's about an hour here, and I'm going to go through the first little bit of it and then hold off the rest of it for tomorrow. Han Pritchard says, don't care. Fuentes' redemption arc is still canceled, not falling for it again. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. The Fuentes redemption arc is happening. It doesn't matter how any of us feel about it. It is happening. It is absolutely 100% happening. And as I said before, as my great podcasting hero and idol Jason Calacanis says, I'm going to call balls and strikes as I see it here. And the arc that he is on right now, I said this like 3 months ago, that he's reaching a point here where he's gonna hit a fork in the road. He's gonna have to go one way or the other. I never imagined that this was gonna happen because of Charlie Kirk getting assassinated. And frankly, I'm still undecided on whether this is someone who legitimately has had a change of heart. Because something like Tucker Carlson, or sorry, something like Charlie Kirk being assassinated is the sort of thing that, given their background, could provoke a legitimate, like, sort of coming to Jesus, waking up and sobering up sort of moment. Especially if he was already primed for it. And I've been saying for a while now, you can tell that this is stirring in him. That he sort of had his silly young man edgelording days, and then I think he played with trying to flex his muscles with the whole like, oh, we're gonna counter signal Trump and say it'd be better if Kamala, and then we're gonna talk about Gavin Newsom. He's kind of flexed his muscles and tested out the limits of his power. And on one hand, he kind of got it validated a little bit. On the other hand, he kind of got smacked down a little bit. Then Charlie Kirk gets shot. And this is a point where there could be a legitimate change of heart. It could also be an extremely cold, calculated, like sociopathic capitalizing on the moment. And thus far, I haven't completely ruled out one or the other. He is legitimately clever and charismatic and intelligent enough that he could see what's happening here and he could be strategically maneuvering entirely cynically. I don't think this is something that we're going to know in advance. We'll only be able to figure it out as we go. But he has said himself that he's changed his messaging. He's actually engaging in a particular strategy here. He said this through a number of different interviews recently. And I'm telling you, this conversation, if he continues, not this conversation, but this monologue that he does, if he continues on this trajectory, he is going to be a legitimate force to be reckoned with. He already is. He already is. He's on the scene fully. I don't care what you think about him. You can't deny that. He is fully on the scene. He is a political thought mover and shaker already. Yeah, Mr. Stu, I think he has more of a heart than that too. I do think that he is deep down inside. I do think he is a sensitive young man. I also don't think he's gay. I'm just going to put it out there. I don't think he's gay. I think he is a sensitive young man. And I think that he's definitely had a raw deal handed to him. He's been raked through the coals and he's gone through a bunch of shit. I think he's brought a lot of it on himself. I think he has himself to thank for a lot of that. But that doesn't change the fact that that's a hell of a lot for a young dude to go through. If I had an audience at his age, I would have been in a world of hurt. I would have made an absolute asshole of myself. But leaving all that aside, part of the fact that so much of that has happened more or less off the radar of the majority of the population means he actually can remake himself if he wants to. Is it genuine repentance? Is it a genuine change of heart? I don't know. I don't know the man's heart. All I can do is judge based on what I see. And what I see right now is it has all the trappings of a legitimate sobering up and change of heart. And if something happens that changes that to me, then I'll see that. Hunt says his ass better endorse J.D. Vance, then we can talk. Or at least stop counter-signaling him like a fig. Well, funny you say that because he actually leaves that door open in this monologue. So I'm going to pick this up here. It's before it's getting into the real meat of it, and I'll save the real meat of it for tomorrow's show. We'll also talk about J.D. Vance at the TPUSA event. I saw some of the clips. I haven't really gotten into all of it just yet. We'll talk about some of that in tomorrow's show. But I'll go through probably maybe 10 or 15 minutes of this here where he is starting to set up. He's provided the background of his thing with Tucker, and now he's sort of what he's talking about here is he sees a number of people who are talking about his backstory. Oh, his backstory, and the way that they frame this is like oh, you know, he was just a nice, sweet young man, and then he got turned into a monster. Oh, yeah, all this bad stuff happened to him, and he just turned into a monster. And what was it that made you such an evil, disgusting racist? Oh, you had really good reasons for being an evil, disgusting racist? And he's taking issue with that and reacting. So here we go. This is from his episode recapping my interview with Tucker Carlson. It's over on Rumble, and I'm starting at the 20-minute mark.
And that's what I want to talk about with regard to my backstory, because I want to make it very clear. As I have told my backstory, people are trying to use my story to spin their own narrative. And the narrative goes something like this. Nick Fuentes became the monster because the conservative movement was too intolerant or something like this. They say, how do you get Nick Fuentes, a horrible person? You know, it's like unspoken. How did Nick Fuentes become a monster? You know, Patrick Bet-David, I don't maybe think this was his intention, but he said, how extreme did that make you? Candace Owens said, did that make you hate Jews? Tucker sort of insinuated this. He said, maybe they called you a racist because they wanted you to become a racist. And there's sort of this unspoken assumption that to have my ideology is inherently wrong. Like it should be presumed that the things I have said or say now are inherently monstrous. They're sort of self-evidently evil and wrong. And so the question becomes the making of a killer. How did a student council president, PragerU Force alum, how did a Ben Shapiro fan become the pariah, the worst guy ever? Oh, they treated him poorly and they were a little hypocritical. And I would say that's not actually what happened. Here's the real lesson of my story. It tells you how conservative politics works. Turning Point USA is the largest campus conservative organization in the country. They receive $140 million per year. That's a lot of money. $140 million per year. And they have thousands of chapters. And they invest in speaking events and conventions and leadership summits. And they hold events and they table and all these things. They host debates. Why? Where are they getting that money from? Who's putting up the money and why? Billionaires. Billionaires are putting up the money. Foster Friess. Bernard Marcus from Home Depot. Facebook. Israel. Shillman, they are putting up the money for Turning Point USA. That's who has $140 million to spend on campus activism. Why? Why did they spend all this money? Because properly understood, Turning Point USA, college Republicans, that is the first entry into a pipeline which creates future Fox News correspondents, which creates future Republican staffers, future Republican politicians. If you want to groom people to be loyal to the party in politics, where do you look? You find the smartest of the youth. And where are the smartest, most capable youth? Relatively speaking, they're in college. Admission or participation in college means you can fill out a college application, you get a certain score on a test. It's rudimentary, but it's a filter. They go to the colleges and they find the 18-year-olds that are in college, and this is where they get them.
And it's not even just this is the most capable. It's also one of the biggest, most condensed collection of young people. Like, if your goal is you want to get people early to funnel them into this pipeline so that you can control the party's politics by controlling the lifeblood of it, which is each new generation of people coming into it, well, you got to go where they're most consolidated. And this isn't even like this is good politics. The form of this is good politics. You go get the kids early on, you target them, you condition them, you teach them, you train them, you platform them, you build them up. This is how you build and construct political power, especially in the modern age.
Where they start to indoctrinate them. And they start to tell them, you are vaguely conservative. Maybe you're Christian. Maybe you have a cultural or temperamental disposition towards conservatism. Well, you're with us. You're on our team. We claim you. And this is what we believe. We believe in cutting taxes for corporations. We believe in war in the Middle East. We always support Israel. We believe in limited government and deregulating Wall Street. We believe in fossil fuels and energy. So you might be like a 17-year-old that says, I don't really like the way these liberals sound. Then they claim you in college. They table and they solicit you. And they say, hey, you're with us, and this is what we believe. And I was one of those precocious, look that up if you don't know what that means. I was one of those precocious young students at a selective school, Boston University, that was picked up, groomed into this operation. I was 18, a freshman. And they said, here's a kid that's well-spoken. Here's a kid that's very conservative. He's fighting the left. And they scouted me. Cassie Dillon and the Flying Monkeys at Daily Wire, Aaron Bandler, Elliot Hamilton. They wrote articles about me. They scouted me. And they brought me into their group. And they said, we want to give you a career. They started to work on me. Cassie Dillon took me to get my eyebrows done. She said, we need to get you media trained. She sent my profile to Ben Shapiro and said, you need to mentor him. He's great, but he's too Trumpy. He supports Trump too much. When I started to criticize Israel, they said, whoa, you can't believe that. You're not allowed to say that or believe that. And when it was clear that even though I was America First, conservative, Republican guy, I wasn't willing to follow the dogma to the letter. And so not only did they cut me off, but they tried to destroy me. Because they said, if you go against the dogma, you are going to threaten everything that we've built. So they said, now the pipeline is closed to you.
Han says, I hate to say this, but literally me, YAF and YAL got their hooks into me during my stint in college. The college that I went to was a small church college, so it didn't really have a presence of any organization like that. And I went there from 2008 to 2012, so it was kind of still in the infancy of a lot of these things. There's in another life I may have gotten sucked right down into that same thing. I was all about Ron Paul in 2008 and 2012, so there's a good chance that I would have gotten funneled right into the same pipeline. Then it was later on that I started getting involved with the LP a little bit, and Mises Caucus. I was one of the original people who wrote the platform for the Mises Caucus, and then just kind of got really jaded on the whole thing and just noped out of it. And now I'm here.
Normally, this is how it's supposed to go. You're supposed to get scouted by Turning Point or Daily Wire or whatever. You're supposed to get scouted, and then you get your first Fox and Friends appearance. You get on the morning show, and they set you up with a producer, and you go downtown, and they set you up behind the camera. Oh, Mom, I'm going to be on Fox, my first big hit. I'm making it. And you call in with Peter Ducey and Brian Kilmeade, and you have your hands in your lap, and you say, hi, I'm a college conservative, and just like Charlie Kirk. That's how Charlie Kirk got started. That's how Cassie Dillon got started. That's how Brylan Hollyhan got started. That's how they all get started.
Hollyhan mentioned.
They get a little taste. And then they go into the nonprofit world. They get a job at Daily Caller. They get a job at Leadership Institute. They get a job at a media organ. They get a job on the Hill as a staffer. They get a fellowship. They work at some other think tank, something like that. And they're in the pipeline. The pipeline is flowing. And as long as they're in the pipeline, they have access to CPAC, where they could shake hands and network with donors, with mentors, with older people, with people in funny hats.
Look at the face. What kind of hats, Nick? You know, this is it's genuinely a very sophisticated operation that they put together. This is Con Inc. What he's describing is the assembly line of Con Inc. This is how political power has been bought and sold on the broad American quote-unquote right wing for decades. These are the political machinations. And if we want our guys to take power, we either need to take over those existing apparatuses, or we need our own altogether. Our own pipelines that funnel our guys into positions of leadership. Whether that comes from college, from the business world, from I don't know, finance, from Twitter, from our own NGOs, whatever it is. That's what it's going to take to actually get our guys into power.
They get to go to Turning Point. They get to go, and they get to be preyed upon, actually, by patrons and donors and sponsors and groups. It's this big club. But if you're not on board with the dogma, you're not in. But it wasn't enough that they kicked me out. They recognized my potential. They had to destroy me. So they blacklisted me. They banned me from CPAC. Cabot Phillips, son of Tim Phillips, he was at Americans for Prosperity. He founded it, actually. Cabot was at Campus Reform. Now he's the editor-in-chief at Daily Wire. People like him, Cassie, Hamilton, Bandler, Will Nardi, they all tried to destroy my...
Dude's name is Nardi? Imagine being named Will Nardi. You put that on a sign. Will Nardi. Will Nardi for food.
Reputation. They sent clips of mine to Media Matters. It wasn't enough that they disassociate. They wanted to make it so that everyone knew that I was wearing the scarlet letter. They wanted everyone to know, don't hire this guy. He's not in the club. He's not in the pipeline. He's on the blacklist. Why? Because he doesn't support Israel. Now, that didn't make me become anything. I already had those beliefs. I was already reading Pat Buchanan. I was already against immigration. I was already critical of Israel. And by the way, those were all Donald Trump's positions. They didn't make me become anything. They made my reputation something. They took my worst moments, whether they were jokes or not, whatever the context, they clipped the worst moments from my show and they sent them to Right Wing Watch, Media Matters. That's why I say, why do people know me by the clips? That was their intention. People say, once they watch my show, they say, why don't you say that all the time? I do. Yeah. I've been saying mostly the same thing for 10 years. The fundamentals have not changed. It's uncanny. If you look at clips, and you can access my whole archive at AmericaFirst.plus, if you go back 10 years.
What a plug. Guy's a master. It's almost like he's done this for a while. Slipping that little grift right in the middle there. This is a very I think astute observation here that they didn't change him into anything. He basically stayed being the same guy. Now he's changing now, but he's not changing anything he believes necessarily, is the fundamentals. What they did is they created this reputation of his that they attributed to him, which he provided them the fuel to create that reputation. Some of it was justified, some of it unjustified. He provided them the fuel. They took that, turned it into a reputation. Then as he gets into it here in a second, they eliminated the possibility of anybody seeing otherwise. So they created this fictional character, Nick Fuentes. Now, in the same way that I said that with the men, you have to take, if you want power, you have to take responsibility. You have to be accountable for your own actions, for the consequences of your own actions, for the consequences of other people's actions. That's what political power is. Political power is the ability to take responsibility for other people's actions. So, for him, if he wants political power, this can't just be a, look at all these things they did to me. He can own that himself. Yeah, they created a caricature of you, but you fed that caricature. You went out of your way to feed that caricature. And you got to own that. Once you own that, then you can put it behind you. Yeah, they did him dirty. This is the game. This is how the game is played. And you went into the game half-cocked, got your ass kicked, and now you're starting to really finally catch up. And I mean, the dude's 27, 26, 27. Like, he's right at the age where a young dude is going to kind of start getting a little more serious, take things a little more seriously, especially if you have this, like, well-known rivalry with this guy who you know personally, and he gets very graphically murdered on television, and you're like in this sort of this dialectic, or this donalectic, I suppose, this dialectic with him. Like, those are the sorts of things that have the potential to mature a dude real quick.
And find shows from 2017, 2018. I'm saying it's almost scary, the same things. But they took the clips.
Like, if you're going to provide those clips, it comes with the territory. If you're going to provide those clips that can be clipped, then you have to live with those consequences. That doesn't mean that they were justified in doing it, but it means you engaged in the game yourself. You gave them the raw material to turn into those clips. I think about this every time I'm doing the show. At any point, someone could get a bee up their butt about me and decide to go back through and clip some stuff up and spread it out. How are they going to portray me? I think about that every time I do a show. And if that happens, if someone is able to put together some sort of selectively edited thing, this comes with the territory. You got to play the game better than they do. You can't just cry that they play the game. You've got to outplay them. And I think he's starting to.
And the right had a handshake with the left. And they said, we will use cancel culture about racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia. We will use it to control the gates of our own side. We'll use it expediently. We'll wage the left against the far right. And we'll have the left destroy the far right and cleanse them and purge them. And so nonprofits like Media Matters, Right Wing Watch, they get tons of money. And they get tons of money to watch people like me, when I'm 18, 19, clip my show, post it on their giant social media. And this is how an 18-year-old who is just saying America first gets branded as the worst person ever. I'm not a monster. I didn't become a monster. I wasn't radicalized. I'm not radical. What I said then was not radical then. What I say now is not radical. What did I say then that was radical? That we give too much money to Israel? How's that radical? That maybe the entire United States should not live in the shadow of the Holocaust? I know that sounds controversial. Is that radical? I don't think so. Is it radical to say that it's not a good thing for America to become majority non-white? That's common sense. Look at LA, look at New York. Have they gotten better or worse as they have become progressively less white? These are not radical beliefs. And I never became a radical. I never was radical. I'm not radical now. And if you want to position me against the mainstream, which is horrible, then fine. I'm radically against mass migration. I'm radically against feminism. I'm radically against degeneracy. I'm radically against pornography. I'm radically against giving all our money to Israel and all the wars we fought for them. In that context, I'm a radical. And in the other context, I'm common sense. So I don't like this making of a murderer narrative where they say this poor kid was viciously attacked and it made him a terrible person. No, I'm not a terrible person. They are terrible people. They're part of this. They created the situation and they uphold it with lies. They uphold it with lies and deception, cancel culture, gossip, detraction. That's evil. That's messed up. Not the jokes I say on the show, not the things I say on the show that could be taken out of context. It's messed up that Right Wing Watch is being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars by George Soros, a billionaire, to clip an 18-year-old show because anybody that expresses any discontent about the state of affairs, they want to vilify. That's messed up. That's evil. And it's evil the conservatives were willing to work with those people. And here's another case in point.
Here's another one of these. I'm going to be the radical centrist where I say, he's right. Both of these things are true. What I was just saying about him being the one who offered up all of this fodder, offered up all this content. You did the jokes. You said the things publicly that could be clipped out of context and made you look bad. You got to own that. You decided that was what you wanted to do. You wanted to do the edgy boy routine and have fun with it, and you got your inside jokes and you're transgressive and all of that. Yeah, great. You're a dude in your early 20s who's a streamer who feels aggrieved, and you just want to lash out at everyone around you. Most young guys in their early 20s who went through something like that, who are in that situation, are going to say and do a whole bunch of dumb shit. Yes. Also, the fact that there is an industry that went out of their way to do that, and not just like the lefty globalist George Soros types that the George Soros funded Media Matters, Right Wing Watch, this sort of thing, not just those types, but the ostensibly Christian, conservative, moral, upstanding, noble preservers of civilization. The fact that they played their part in that, they played a crucial role in that. That's fucked up. Those are the people. Those are the real enemies. The traitors. Those are the real enemies. Yeah, the other enemies are very obvious. It's the ones who say all the who present themselves as if we're the patriotic, noble defenders of Western civilization and the protectors of American heritage and all this horse shit. And then they don't go destroy him because he's being transgressive and making bad jokes and no, they destroy him so they can protect their own political fiefdoms. And if he wants to come through, if the cars are falling out just right, that he gets to be the scorching fire that comes in and burns through all of them, I say, hell yeah, baby.
After my discussion with Tucker Carlson, Mark Levin was very unhappy about it. You know what Mark Levin did about my interview with Tucker Carlson? What they always do. He tried to destroy my reputation today by posting an article from the Daily Beast. And the Daily Beast did an article about how I was critical of Erica Kirk, something that's controversial. He posted an article from the Daily Beast. They're still doing it. And what is that, by the way? Did Mark Levin,
what is that?
Super wealthy, super influential, the guy's 3 times my age, did he rebut anything I said in the interview? Does he want to talk to me? Is sunlight the best disinfectant now? Does he want to expose my views now? No, he doesn't address anything I've said. He doesn't address anything in the interview or my views, which are so reprehensible. It's more reputational destruction with the left. That's what they've always done. And that's how they control politics. These other people are unaccountable. No one's watching. No one's clip farming them. There's not a glossary of every evil thing they've ever said because no nonprofit is there collecting it to form a political attack against them. It's not there. It's not because they've never said anything bad. We've all said bad things in public and private. We've all said things that could be taken out of context in public and private. It's just whose reputation is defined by those clips. It's those people that are targeted. It's people that are targeted by billionaire-funded nonprofits that make reputational destruction a political tool for political control. That's what happened there. So there's a story about how our political system comes to be. Why is it that we only get pro-Israel voices? Why is it that we only get billionaire-friendly choices? It's because that pipeline is constantly being refined.
Blow up the
second
pipeline.
You step out of line and you go against the interests of the Israeli billionaires, the Wall Street billionaires, the Silicon Valley billionaires that fund this operation, you are culled. You are filtered. That's enough, Mr. Fuentes. No more. We don't want to hear from you anymore. And as a matter of fact, you're not conservative at all. You're evil. Why is it that it's filled with sycophants? I don't think that these sycophants get a script from Fox News, but no one's working at Fox News that goes off the script. Same goes for the rest of it.
The kike
That's
line.
the real story.
Mr. Butt Poop with the heater.
And so anyway, that's where I came from. That is the origin. And what happened ever since then, by the way, in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, for 4 or 5 years of my life, and I'm not playing the victim, I was the victim here. And you be the judge and tell me if this is a legitimate grievance. I was banned from PayPal. I was banned from Bank of America. I was banned from Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter. I was banned from American Airlines. I was banned from Airbnb. I was banned from CPAC. There was a systematic effort to get me to go away. How? By making sure that my views couldn't reach anybody. No one could find my show. No one could hear me in my own words. The clips would define me. They ban you from Twitter, and then they say, oh, we have Twitter still. This is who he is. Why did they take me off of PayPal? So that I can't make a living. Even if I could find a small audience that will give me a hearing, I can't make a living off of it because I literally can't transact on the internet. I can't sell merch, subscriptions, anything. I can't take donations. How else do they do it? If I can't use Twitter or Facebook or Instagram or YouTube, well, maybe I'll go on some other show and I'll get an audience that way. Well, I was blacklisted. Everybody was afraid to have me on their show because they knew that if they had me on their show, they would get the same treatment that I did. They would lose their sponsors and their ad revenue. They would get banned on the social platforms. They would get fired from their jobs. They would be cast out. And all of them knew that they could not make it independently. They were dependent on the patronage of the system. And so I was in limbo for years.
Ian Rhodes says I was banned from Grindr.
Why? Well, there were really like 2 specific things. The first is that I was never on board with mass migration. I'm a race realist. I believe that race is real. I believe that America is a white country. Whites explored it, founded America as well, built America, and only whites could have done it. I believe that everything about America, its architecture, its constitution, its political and social culture, all of it, it proceeds from European character. It is essentially European. And if any other people landed on this continent and created a country, it would not look like the United States. If the Chinese set up a colony in California, it wouldn't look like America. If the Aztecs did, and they were here, it wouldn't look like the United States. And the same goes for the other peoples. And now that America is becoming majority non-white, America's changing in fundamental ways.
And I don't want America to change. This is undeniably true. It's just like a simple fact of history. If someone other than the founding stock of America founded America, America would not be what America is. And the founding stock of America was white Europeans. Obviously, that doesn't mean that every single person who lives in America or is going to live in America or should live in America should only be white Europeans. No country works that way. But it does mean that for America to be America, not just a continent, but for America to be America, more than just a geographic location, but what America is, it must be predominantly white European. It must be occupied by predominantly white Europeans. If it was not occupied by predominantly white Europeans, it would not be America. It'll be the same geographic location, but it won't be America. You could put a sticker on it that says America, but it is not America. You're not going to go look up in an encyclopedia and read about America and have the same description. And I happen to be an American. I don't have another geographic location that I can go to be an American. So I'm pretty invested in the idea of America continuing to be America. Continuing to be what it was originally founded as. Because it's my home, and I don't have anywhere else to go. Nowhere else in the world is America. Because if somewhere else is America, then America wouldn't be America. The definition of America is it is this geographic location with this particular history formed by this particular people. And I'm descendant from those particular people. So this is my home. And other Americans, for whom this is their home, we are part of this extended family. And I have a very strong vested interest in maintaining that.
And I know that sounds obvious. Maybe it's obvious now. Maybe it was obvious then. But this means something. America was mostly white, almost entirely white, actually. And now it's going to be mostly not white. And everyone thinks things are basically going to stay the same, but they're not.
Han Pritchard says we're replacing people whose ancestors were devout Christians that ended the slave trade with people whose non-Spanish ancestors engaged in daily serial human sacrifice. Yes. Or who literally eat cow shit and roll around in it. Who worship a whole pantheon of demons. Or people who also worship a whole pantheon of demons and practice cannibalism and ruthless tribal warfare and cannot maintain any semblance of infrastructure even if you give it to them. If I wanted to live in that sort of an environment, I would go move to those places where that environment exists. I do not want to live in that sort of environment. I would like to stay in my home, and I would like my home to continue to be my home. Slutty Mook says, if I move a different family into my house and move out, is that family suddenly my family? No, it's still the other family, but in the location I lived in. Very simple. Yes. Very simple.
Things are going to change a lot. And they're going to change because it's different people. You have non-whites instead of whites, and it's going to change because there's so much diversity. There's so many different kinds of people, all living together in large numbers in these sort of ethnic enclaves. So the diversity inherently, but also the inherent differences of the people that are here. It's going to make things a lot different, and in my opinion, a lot worse. I think diversity in itself is destabilizing. To have large groups of different people in an open democratic society fighting over the same resources, I think it naturally breeds resentment, tribalism, jealousy, and ultimately conflict. But I also think the people...
And those are bad things. We should not do things that breed bad things. We should do things that breed good things. Like sex.
People that are being brought here, I think they have inferior cultures. I think they have objectively inferior countries. They're leaving those countries to come here because this country works better.
Right. The mere fact that they're leaving those countries to come here is a performative statement that this is better. That's why they all want to be here, because this is better. So making this worse is bad for them too. It's good if America is a city on a hill, even for non-Americans. Because it is a city on a hill for non-Americans. It gives them something to be, to aspire to model in their own way.
And you tell me that's not the case. Was Los Angeles better in the 60s and 70s, or is it better now? Was New York City better in the 30s and 40s, or is it better now? The country's not going well. And 10 years ago, this was something that was cancelable. Charlie Kirk in 2019 said, we need 10 million legal immigrants. We need to staple green cards to their diplomas. To say that being white means being American is evil. He said, if you went to a desert island with all non-white people and had the Constitution, that's America. And you were canceled if you disagreed with this. The second opinion is I recognized there was something going on with this Judeo-Christian thing. We were being told at the same time, in Turning Point in the Republican Party, we were being told that to be conservative means limited government, low taxes, individualism, gun rights, Christianity. And you're nodding and saying, okay, I agree with these things.
He's about to hit a truth nuke here. It's actually almost word for word something that I've said, I think on this show in the past. I may have said it over on with Jason Miranchuk or somewhere else, but I've said almost what he's about to say here, almost word for word.
We were always being told that like the fifth or sixth pillar is we always support Israel. And it's like something's not like the other here. And you say, well, why is that? Well, someone's paying for that. They say, we're Judeo-Christian. I said, how does that make any sense? What is a Christian? It's Christ. If you're a Christian, you're a Christ follower. Who was Christ? God, the Messiah, died on the cross, rose again because he was God. The power to save because he is God. What is a Jew? It's those people that rejected this claim. If a Christian is a Jew 2,000 years ago who said, I worship Christ, he's God, I follow him, then what is a Jew 2,000 years later? It's one of those Jews that said, I do not accept Christ. So that seems like an oxymoron, doesn't it? Rejection of Christ defining the one and embrace of Christ being the definition of the other.
That right there. By definition, Jews are the inheritors of the Hebraic tradition who rejected Christ. That is what defines them. To them, that's what defines them. There is, you cannot, Judeo-Christian cannot even be a thing. It's like the dry water. It's a total fundamental non-starter because Jews are identified as those who reject Christ, and Christians are identified as those who do not, those who embrace Christ, who literally take his name. Boom. That's it.
I said, so where is this coming from? Oh,
yeah, like there are plenty of other religions or other philosophies that reject Christ, but none of them hail back to the Hebraic tradition and identify themselves as those who reject Christ.
Oh, it's coming from money. Oh, there seems to be this super powerful clique of oligarchs and donors and billionaires distributed across the American elite that are subsidizing the conservative movement. Call it AIPAC, call it Rupert Murdoch, call it Sheldon Adelson, but they're pouring money in to make this a plank, and this represents a special interest. This is obvious now. Everything that I am saying is now obvious. Everything I am saying is now irrefutable. It's undeniable. Everything I am saying about race and immigration, everyone knows it. By the way, even the non-white people know that. That's why I have so many black and Hispanic fans, because even they know it. Some people say, I'm Mexican and not...
That's slick. Call him Slick Nick. Very clever. The reason I have so many black and Hispanic fans is because even they know it. Even the non-white people know it. Well played, sir. Well played. I see you.
Not white? Okay, I know it too. And about Israel, everyone knows that now. Everyone knows on some level what's happening with Jews in Israel. And now, because of certain developments, we can think that, we can say that, and many people believe that. But 10 years ago, 5 years ago, none of these things were acceptable, least of all in conservative spaces. If you said these things, you were censored. Ever heard of Jared Taylor? He was one of the first to be banned. Ever heard of Andrew Anglin? Ever heard of any of these people? And I'm not going to go through the entire list. Kevin McDonald? These people were banned for saying these things from social media. They were never debated. Their ideas were never given a fair hearing. And the right wing wanted nothing to do with them. Here's why I'm saying all this.
Hyperborean mode activated. Uncle Jared mentioned. Hitler points accruing.
My reality for years is that I was effectively punished for being right. I didn't get radicalized. I didn't become a monster. I was right, and I was right first. I was right before it was popular. I was right before you could benefit from it. And I suffered enormously for this. My career did not take off. I didn't make money. I was ostracized by my friends. I was lied about constantly. I was treated like a leper, like a pariah. And so I fought with a lot of people like Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh told me I was a horrible racist. I was on the side of genocidal white supremacists. Benny Johnson made a whole thread calling me a racist, a sexist. It's going viral today. Benny Johnson from Turning Point. Charlie Kirk said I was a Holocaust denier and a racist vermin, he said recently. All of these people on the conservative side attacked me ruthlessly, or they were complicit in my censorship and cancellation for my ideas. They were either actively canceling me, actively spreading rumors and shutting me down, or they were complicit because they did nothing to help me, nothing to platform me. They didn't give me a fair hearing. They didn't defend me. Well, now it's 2025. And now none of that is the case any longer. Censorship is no longer a factor. Elon Musk acquired X in 2022. By 2024, it was completely free speech. TikTok seems to have less moderation than any social platform, and it exploded in 22, 23. Not only has censorship subsided, but also cancel culture seems to have gone away too. And now there are major people like Candace Owens.
There are still people who want cancel culture to continue, and there are still people who are selectively canceled in certain ways. You know, like Paul Ingrassia, the guy who was supposed to be the head of the Office of Special Counsel, who got his nomination had to be withdrawn. It turns out actually he's now suing Politico or the Politico reporter for like $150 million for defamation, which will be interesting to see how that proceeds. But so there's still people still go through the motions of the cancel culture thing, but by and large, it has become it's become pretty toothless. And again, leaving aside how you might feel about Nick, he just passed 1 million followers on Twitter. He's going on all of these platforms now. And whether this is a explicitly coordinated, oh yeah, now elevate Nick Fuentes thing, or if it's just people like, you know what? Let's see what he has to say. Obviously, he's got a huge following. Like what Tucker said. He's like, clearly you've achieved this staying power. You're not going anywhere. You have been the most canceled person of all time. And you're just growing. You're getting more and more popular. Simple fact of life. So, if you're not going to be kept out, if you're going to be in here, well, then let's do the thing. You're going to be in here. Let's go. So he's almost reached a point where he's become uncancelable. Now, I think he could still do or say things that could significantly harm himself. That's still definitely a possibility. But he's starting to reach that point where he is becoming a fixture of American political life. And he is on the ascendancy. So for me, I'm like, doesn't matter the reservations I have about him. This is going somewhere. So I want to see where it's going. And there's aspects of this that are very heartening to me.
Tucker Carlson, others who are speaking out about these things. So times have genuinely changed. And now a lot of people agree with me. And maybe they don't agree fully or completely. They certainly agree that views like mine should be allowed to be said. That's for starters.
Yep.
Some of them even believe that these ideas have some merit.
Yep.
Or that they should have a fair hearing.
Yep.
And many people have just embraced these ideas outright. But what's really interesting is after this long journey, everybody has moved closer to me. The Republican Party is now the Groyper Party. Politicians like J.D. Vance, they need to pander to the Groypers. When J.D. Vance went to Israel and he went to the church instead of the wall, who do you think that was pandering to?
He is exactly right. And I've it's funny, the libs, okay, make sure that none of the libs are listening. None of the libs will ever hear this, okay? This is just for you guys. When they say, look at these hype edits. It's fascism. Fascism is rising. Yeah, it is. That's exactly what's happening. Official government accounts are openly playing footsie with fascism. With at least the fascist aesthetic. Once you start playing with the aesthetic, you're going to get the whole package. These things are not separable. They all come together. When J.D. Vance goes to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre instead of kissing the wall, he's not just doing that because it's a meaningful thing for him personally. Like that does play a role. But very obviously, this is also pandering to the Israel skeptical, to put it mildly, the Israel skeptical part of the right-wing electorate. When the administration posts all of our memes, they are absolutely pandering to us. They are absolutely pandering to the radical, right-wing, Israel skeptic, ascendant, reactionary right. And it's funny because it's so much fun gaslighting the libs about all of this. Because the libs are like, is fascism rising? No. No. We're Americans. We are calm, rational, moderate, centrist Americans. There's nothing scary or insane or evil or depraved or violent about us. No. We're just Americans.
The biggest media entities on the right are Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Dave Smith, and they all have one thing in common. They're all Israel critical. People know where the audience is.
Yep.
And whether they're sincere believers or they're following where the wind is blowing, that's where it is.
Yes. That distinction really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. 50,000-foot view, whether they're doing it sincerely or they're doing it because they're following the audience, it will have the same effect on the collective social scale. There's part of why it's like trying to parse out people's motives and stuff. Like there's a place for that on an individual level, trying to read their mind, trying to know their soul. But like for me, watching what's happening with Nick, I don't know whether he's sincere or cynical. I think he's sincere. He seems sincere. But he's also absolutely clever enough and has the personality characteristics evidenced that it could be a sociopathic, cynical thing. But leaving that aside, the only point where that's going to be relevant would be the point at which he pulls back the mask. The point at which he attains elected office. The point at which he totally steps on a rake and reveals himself and gets caught on a hidden camera or whatever. Someone gets in there with the bug and they hear that him talking about, oh, look at my master plan. Barring something like that, or up until the point of something like that, I just want to view this objectively. Regardless of his incentives or his motivations or whatever's driving him, the fact of the matter is, it's going to have the same effect. He is going to be, already is, a major political phenomenon. And by the time 2028 gets here, on this trajectory, he personally is going to have a major say in which political candidates are successful. This is going to be a fact of American political life. It probably already is. But it's definitely going to be that way were this trajectory to continue.
I was right. And not only was I right, I was ahead of the curve. But I got canceled for it. And what's interesting is that after 10 years, now people want to treat me like I was just being a jerk. They say, why did you attack Matt Walsh? Because Matt Walsh was saying that Ahmaud Arbery was just jogging through the neighborhood. And he still works for Ben Shapiro. They say, why did you attack Marjorie Taylor Greene? Because she sold out to Kevin McCarthy in 2022, let's not forget. And she also acted like she didn't know me. She fired one of her employees, a groyper, because the SPLC gave her a phone call. So it's interesting, isn't it? 10 years after the fact, now that everybody's on my side, now that everybody's on the same page, they want to say, oh, well, you were just being a jerk back then. No, I wasn't being a jerk. I wasn't radicalized. I'm not a monster. I wasn't a monster, and I wasn't a jerk. You all were wrong, and I was calling all of you out. Why did I have beef with Charlie Kirk? He fired Ashley St. Clair for being in a picture with me. That's cancel culture. Because he was going on his campus tour saying we need 10 million H-1B visas. He was on tour saying Israel's our closest ally, and if it came down to Israel and America, I don't know which one I would pick. That's why I had beef with him. And in response to my critiques of him, he called me a Holocaust denier and tried to get me banned with clips from the ADL and Media Matters. My YouTube channel got banned 3 months after that Groyper war. So it is a new year. It is a new era.
All right. That's where I'm going to leave it off. We're at the 49-minute mark. We've got about another 35 minutes or so of this. And this was the setup. This was the setup for the part that I really wanted to play. But I had to play the setup for it first to kind of set the frame. It is just hitting the 1 o'clock mark here, so I'm going to try to wrap this a little earlier than I usually do. Let me play a couple of tips here that came through.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Saying you're racist implies you're being irrational. Keep going, Nick. Shitlordery is not a young man's game, it's the game of the gods. Praise Keck, Groib, Groib, Groib. The future is frog, the prince made the frog. Machiavelli would be proud. Salute.
Salute. Gloip, gloip, gloip. Gloip, 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 gloip. Thank you, self-evidently evil. And this is the one here. So this is the layers to this one I deeply appreciate. Here is the clip that someone's going to come back and source later on and use to cancel me, to destroy my aspirations, to slander me, to cut me off from all friends and family. It'll be this one.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Total nigger death. The tragedy of the Holocaust was that it failed. I'm sorry about that, Matt. I will make edits making you seem like a gay simp to counteract their smear campaign. Du love the far centre sensible policy tag. I'll own the jokes. Salute.
That last sentence was, do love the far center sensible policy tack. I'll own the jokes. Thank you, feeding the smear. I appreciate you. All right, guys. Well, that is the Labe for tonight. Should be a pretty good one tomorrow. I can't wait to get into the rest of this. I am excited about it, but I don't want to bury it here at the back end of a long stream. So we'll get into it maybe a little earlier in the show tomorrow. We'll see how everything lays itself out once I gather all the tabs and all the stories and whatnot. Sounds like there's the Trump G meeting has happened and there's been an announcement. I saw Trust Plan Sar posting about that a little bit ago. And also JD Vance at TPUSA seemed like there was some pretty good quotable remarks that came out of that. So thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate all of you for contributing to the Make More Ericssons Fund. And yeah, go download EWBSX. Make sure that you participate, consume the fright-pilled, spook-tarded content that will be on EWBSX on Halloween this Friday. Got 2 more episodes in the month, and then, yeah, looking forward to seeing those of you who are going to make it to DC next month. November 14th, Friday evening. Location to be announced and time to be announced. If you would like to join us for that, the DC King-Pilled meetup, the meetup of the feds. We're going to say, I thought you were a fed. Well, I thought you were a fed. Well, let's show our badges to each other. If you would like to join us in that, then shoot me an email, realkingpilled@gmail.com, or a DM at realkingpilled on X, and join the fucking Discord. Don't be cheap. Yeah, it's expensive, because we believe in immigration restrictions. We don't just want any old Tom, Dick, and Harry in there. We want to keep the trolls out. We have our own trolls in there already. We don't need any others. So yes, there is a high paywall, but I do believe that it is worth it. And we're doing more than just building out a group chat. We're creating a community that is going to contribute to building much more down the line. So we're playing the long game. If you'd like to be a part of that, kingpill.com is the place to go to sign up. Come join Slutty Milk and his Damn It Jeremy and Ian Rhodes and I don't even know what to call him at this point. Our schizophrenic Leaf commenter playing the long game. Yes, thank you, Slutty Milk. Come join all the Patriots in the King Pill Discord. We'd love to have you there. And for now, I leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough.